when money becomes a woman's first love.
She was under the mistaken impression that her father was wealthy and hiding money from her.
You'll regret this.
Friends and family can be victims.
I'm just going to the bathroom, okay?
Very ugly, very brutal. Blood everywhere.
Of their greed.
I want to get back in.
That one of their own should be the killer was something which psychologically traumatized that community.
And remorse is non-existent.
She didn't seem to shed any tears.
For these deadly women, life is worth nothing. They kill for cash. A woman wanting revenge
She was very bitter against her father.
can be dangerous,
If somebody else had to die, that didn't bother her.
and the consequences unimaginable.
No one questioned how ridiculous this plan was.
In every town, there are people living on the edge. In 2003, Erie, Pennsylvania, Marjorie Diehl Armstrong is one of them. Unable to hold down a job, she's desperate for cash.
I have nothing. Nothing.
Well, if you got nothing, what are you complaining about?
At 51, Marjorie appeals to her father to bail her out yet again. It's a far cry from her early days.
She was a valedictorian of her high school class, was considered to be an intelligent person.
Classmates described her as extremely intelligent, that she had an almost encyclopedic grasp of history, literature, and the law.
You don't care a damn about me, Dad. Not a...
But in middle age, Marjorie has nothing. So when her mother dies and leaves an inheritance of $500,000, Marjorie thinks it should be hers.
Her father gave her $50,000 and essentially told her he was planning on spending the rest.
I'm sorry. I can't afford to give you more than
This did not make her happy.
I need the money to live on.
Marjorie believes her father is stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from her.
You'll regret this.
Her anger is compounded by mental illness.
The bipolar disorder that she suffered from seemingly caused lots of problems in how she behaved and dealt with things. And again, it's one of the sad side effects of mental illness.
Bipolar disorder is a very serious psychiatric condition characterized by wide mood swings from being extremely depressed to what is known as a mania, a kind of wonderful euphoric high.
Marjorie wants revenge against her father and her hands on her inheritance at any cost.
Her plan was to hire a hitman to assassinate her father, and then she would be rich.
So, will you do it, Ken?
Yeah, I'll do it.
She asks fishing buddy Ken Barnes to do her dirty work.
But I'm gonna need 125 grand up front.
But murder comes at a price.
Okay. But I can't pay you until I get the inheritance.
No way. It's money up front or it's no deal.
How can an impoverished woman come up with that much cash? By coming up with another madcap scheme.
She simply was not using common sense. Decided, oh, well, okay, we'll get $125,000. We'll just rob a bank.
Marjorie recruits another accomplice, her former lover and science teacher, Bill Rothstein.
The box fits on the collar. The collar goes on the neck, obviously.
He was really intelligent in terms of how to build complicated and complex devices. That was something that he did for students in class.
If we use a collar bomb, then they'll have to let him leave the bank.
Their heist calls for a human bomb.
They wouldn't dare shoot him or try and touch him.
They'll have to know that we can blow it up if they approach him.
Do you think he'll do it, Ken?
And Marjorie knows just the right patsy to wear it.
Speaking of the devil.
Oh, Brian!
Hey, guys.
You're gonna help us rob a bank.
Hey. What?
But first, I need to measure your neck.
You're joking, right?
Brian Wells basically lived by himself. He had cats in a small, very unassuming house, and he had worked as this pizza delivery man.
What are you talking about?
Brian is told the bomb will be a fake, but trusting Marjorie is dangerous.
Marjorie's bipolar mania was absolutely out of control. It was controlling her life. No one was safe.
Marjorie Diehl Armstrong is holding a deluded grudge against her father. She's prepared to go to extremes to get revenge.
This motley crew of characters decided to hatch this plot to rob a local bank and get that money and then use it to pay for the hit on Marjorie Diehl's father.
It's a great plan. We'll all be rich, James. First, we get the bank.
Marjorie shares her secret with her boyfriend, James Roden.
You must be crazy. Please tell me you're joking. You can't go through with this.
But she gets a negative response.
Don't do it, or I'll...
You'll what, James? You won't tell anyone, will you?
And that's bad news for James.
Of course not. Will you?
No!
Marjorie was the type of woman people didn't say no to.
She convinces Bill Rothstein, her collaborator, to help cover up the murder.
Rothstein not only disposed the body in his freezer, but I understand he also had cleaned up the room where the murder had taken place.
Marjorie gives him another gruesome task.
I promise you'll grind him up later, though, won't you? Sure.
With a lot of these people involved with this conspiracy, were easily manipulated to do things that possibly they wouldn't actually want to do. And that was one of the things with Brian Wells.
Marjorie's crazy plan calls for a bank robbery to raise the money to pay for the hitman to kill her father.
Next, please.
The PNC Bank will be held up by a man, not with a gun, but wearing a fake collar bomb. But on the day of the robbery, Brian Wells finds out the bomb is real.
These explosives look real.
They are. It's just to make sure you and everyone in the bank behaves.
Frank. Hey, keep still, Brian. Too much movement and that bomb will go off.
Marjorie's manipulation knows no limits. Everyone in her gang is under her control. Brian's life is in her hands.
We believe he was part of the conspiracy up until the time he realized that they're going to put a live bomb on him.
Next, please.
The plan is simple. Brian hands over a note threatening to blow up everyone unless they empty the vault.
There's no way that I can get to the vault right now, sir.
It's a bomb.
But from the start, things don't go according to plan. The teller can't open the vault, and Brian only gets money from the till.
This is all I can get you, sir.
It was not a good plan. She gave him $8,100, which is all she had. Brian Wells said, okay, and walked out of the bank.
Brian's day is about to go from bad to worse.
As this bank was being robbed by Brian Wells, law enforcement was across the street eating.
Be careful! This thing is gonna go off! This thing around my neck is gonna go off! You hear it ticking?
We heard on the scanner this report of state police had stopped somebody who had just robbed a bank, and he had a bomb. And that's when we kind of realized, I don't think this is a fake bomb. Something big is going on. This is something that's beyond the ordinary.
Police soon realize the bomb is a threat to everyone. They isolate Brian and call the bomb squad.
Why is it nobody's trying to get this thing off me? I don't have a lot of time.
The state police, there's really not much they could have done. They weren't bomb technicians. They didn't have bomb suits. They don't know what device this is, how it's going to go off, whether it's triggered by a remote. So really, there's not a lot they could do. Just sit and wait for the bomb squad to arrive.
Witnessing the whole debacle are Marjorie and her accomplice, Bill. They have no control, and neither does anyone else.
Come and help me!
The bomb squad will be too late.
Do you hear me? It's ticking!
When all of a sudden, bang.
I'm not lying!
You could hear the tinkling of shrapnel hitting the ground a few feet from where we were standing. The FBI said that they have never seen anything like before or since.
Brian Wells decided to help with the bank robbery. He knew exactly what he was getting into. He did not, however, intend to die.
Brian Wells and her boyfriend, James, are dead. And still, Marjorie hasn't got enough money to hire her hitman.
Marjorie didn't mind having collateral damage, that if in her plot to get money to kill her father, that if somebody else had to die, that didn't bother her.
Nobody suspects Marjorie of any crime until Bill Rothstein snaps.
I can't do it.
He has promised to grind up Marjorie's boyfriend, but he would rather give himself up.
Police, I need to talk to somebody. Yeah, I need to report a body.
January 2005. Marjorie is initially convicted of her boyfriend's murder. It takes another 5 years to prove her involvement in the Collar Bomb Bank robbery. She is sentenced to life.
Had Marjorie sought out psychiatric treatment, it's entirely possible she never would have killed anyone and might have actually had a happy life.
Bill Rothstein dies from cancer before he is sentenced. Ken Barnes pleads guilty and is sentenced to 45 years.
It's amazing what people will do to get what they want.
To this day, Marjorie claims her bipolar condition makes her not responsible.
The vast majority of people with bipolar disorder, whether treated or not, never, ever would kill another person and never do kill anyone. That isn't what happened here.
When life goes off the rails,
she doesn't care about somebody else. She doesn't care about a child.
And it is difficult to survive.
She needed those drugs, and there was nothing that was going to stop her.
Desperation can lead to desperate action.
This is not someone we want out walking among us.
In 1988, on the dark streets of Anaheim, California, a teenage girl is desperate for cash to feed a habit.
Rosie used heroin. She used whatever she could get her hands on.
Rosie Alfaro's traumatic life has left her scarred.
She began using drugs at an early age. She was turned out as a prostitute at the age of 14, constantly running away from home.
Rosie's family feels powerless to help.
Her mother indicated that she would see her loaded, see her with the drug use when she would come to visit her, but there was nothing she could do.
By 18, Rosie has a son, but nowhere to live. The family of a school friend, 18-year-old April Wallace, takes them in. She has a 9-year-old sister, Autumn, who loves having an extended family, but the rest of the household doesn't.
She was using drugs, and the people that she hung around were drug users.
Rosie, have you fed Maddie?
No, I haven't had time. Can't you do it?
That's just not good enough. I said that you could stay with us if you helped around the place that you want. And where are you going? You should be at home resting.
No, I've just got to meet some friends.
Despite the generosity of the family, Rosie doesn't settle down.
She passed her time during the day trying to find things that would bring her money so she could buy drugs.
She can't stay here if she goes on like that.
She's told to leave, but it won't be the last time Rosie visits the Wallaces. Rosie has a new home, a squalid one, and she's desperate for money.
She's living near Disneyland, and it was in a kind of a rundown area with a bunch of junkies.
Drugs and alcohol in the human body reduce inhibitions. And sometimes when people are high on either one of those things or both, they will do things that they never would have even considered in their clean and sober moments.
Well, did you get any?
No, he said no more credit.
I can't. I'm coming down now.
No money, no way.
One day on June 15th, 1990, cold-hearted Rosie will do anything to get high.
Wait. I know we can get some stuff to sell.
In the past, she sold her body. Today, she has another idea. The Wallace family has a routine.
Autumn often stayed by herself in the afternoon after school before her mom got home in the evening.
So it's a nice surprise for the 9-year-old when she gets a visit from a familiar face.
When she saw Rosie at the door, there's no question she would have let her in and just trusted her.
Home alone, Autumn enjoys the company. Little does she know, she's playing with danger.
She needed those drugs, and there was nothing that was going to stop her.
I'm just going to the bathroom, okay?
Okay.
Teenage mom, Rosie Alfaro, is a drug addict desperate for money. In the past, she has sold herself. Now she has another plan. On June 15th, 1990, 9-year-old Autumn Wallace is home alone.
Autumn was a little 9-year-old, a little blonde girl, very cute and very popular at school. And she gave her mom no trouble whatsoever, a very easy child, very smart child.
I'll be back soon.
Rosie arrives with her baby and 2 druggies.
Now, huh? Give me a break.
Hi, Autumn. Can I come in?
But Rosie's idea of robbery is stealing a life.
To keep a witness from saying who it was that stole all the stuff out of the house. She realized she's going to have to kill her because she'd recognize her. Rosie indicated she saw a knife in the kitchen, and she took that knife.
I'm just going to the bathroom, okay? Okay.
And then went back in the bathroom under the guise of fixing her hair.
Can you come in here for a moment? Sure.
And lured Autumn into the bathroom.
Yes? Can you wash these for me? Okay.
The stab wounds were in her back and in her front and in her face. They were all over. She was laying on her back. It was very ugly, very brutal. Blood everywhere. She stabbed her repeatedly, over 50 times.
The fact that Rosie stabbed Autumn in excess of 50 times, a 9-year-old girl, one well-placed stab wound would have done the job, but she does it 50 times or more, to me speaks of rage and drugs. Maybe because of that, Rosie didn't want any other little girl to have a happy life either. And maybe there was more revenge in this killing than we think.
Rosie definitely remembers seeing Autumn's eyes looking at her when she finally died. It's very disturbing, very disturbing.
It's taking us a
Hey guys, open the trunk.
Rosie ransacks the house.
After Rosie stabbed Autumn, she stepped over her, and with a bloody footprint, she went from room to room looking for items to steal. Leaving that little boy, that toddler, in the front of that house while she's in there brutally killing an 8-year-old girl, it's just unimaginable for a mother to be able to do that.
2 hours later, a hard-working mom's life turns upside down.
I'll give you 200.
Can't you give me a bit more?
Rosie wastes no time fencing the stolen goods for a pitiful amount.
I'll give you 240. Take it or leave it.
Take it.
Afterwards, I think the net figure she got was $240. Kind of a cheap price for the life of a little 9-year-old girl.
Cash in hand, Rosie returns to the scene of her crime.
I'm a friend of April's. Can I speak with her?
No, ma'am, that's not possible.
Often killers return to the scene of the crime.
Sure to pass it on.
There's a variety of different reasons they do this. Sometimes it's to view the body. Sometimes it's to remove evidence they may have left. Sometimes it's for kicks. It turns them on. Rosie returning to the scene of the crime put her right into the center of the investigation.
And she's made another mistake. she leaves a bloody footprint.
There's only one footprint in blood near the body. So there was a lack of any other footprints.
The police officer remembers the suspicious teenager on the night of the murder. They track Rosie down.
And that bloody shoe print, they had something concrete to go on. They found the shoes in where she was living and matched the shoe print too. So Rosie did herself in as far as getting caught for that crime.
In 1992, Rosie Alfaro is convicted of first-degree murder and is condemned to die.
She had no feelings for what she had done to another human being, especially a young child, and especially being a mother herself. It's very disturbing, very disturbing.
Rosie chooses drugs over a child's life and has never said sorry.
Rosie is a sociopath, and she has no empathy for other human beings. And it would help explain why she was able to, number one, murder her friend's little sister in such a horrible way, and number two, have no remorse about it.
She remains on death row in the Central California Women's Facility.
This is not someone we want out walking among us.
Envy of others can be dangerous.
That would be her dream, to own such property.
It can turn neighbor against neighbor.
She would say anything to get what she wanted. I don't even know if I can tell you.
With chilling consequences.
What happened, Kim? This involved a degree of violence that was very great.
That leave communities in shock.
That one of their own should be the killer, which psychologically traumatised that community.
In 2006, Nowra, New South Wales, Australia. A small, peaceful town where Greg Hossa and his wife, Catherine McKay, own a horse farm.
They were just a loving couple, gave their time for community groups and organisations.
They board horses on their property. One of their clients is 35-year-old Kim Snibson, a mom with 2 young daughters.
Kim Snibson seemed to be your average mum. She was an animal lover. She had dogs, she had a horse. She seemed to like the rural lifestyle of Nowra.
But Kim is a very jealous person. She envies Greg and Catherine's small property. She can only dream of owning one, for now.
Champagne Shires would be her dream, to own such a property. It reflected all the things that she loved the most, touching upon her connection with animals.
Kim has a dark side she hides from her family, and an evil plan.
For a significant period of time, she had plans which involved the infliction of violence to obtain something, probably property.
We could do this. We'll kidnap them, get them to sign the house over to me, and then kill them.
She tries to recruit acquaintances to help.
What do you think?
Most think she is joking.
Yeah, sure, Kim. No worries.
She's not.
No, I'm serious. We could do this. And we could split the money 50-50.
There was a history of manipulative behaviour, lying in order to achieve her ends. There was the element of seeking people to sign over property to her.
Friends try to warn Kim's devoted husband, Paul,
Then she said if I could help her to kill them.
about her bizarre plots.
Give us a break. Are you mad? My wife would never say that.
But he doesn't believe their stories.
Paul, she did say that. Bye, honey.
Kim is a very bright person.
She did.
Unfortunately, she used that intellect of hers for evil.
Kim has the perfect place to stable her horse. In the caring hands of Greg and Catherine.
She went to the property regularly to tend to her own horse and got to know Greg and Catherine in that way. They were very well respected and loved in that town. It's a small town, everybody knows each other.
Kim always wants something for nothing and doesn't pay the bill.
She owed them $300 for taking care of her horses.
It's a small amount.
Listen, I just wanted to let you know I can't afford to pay my bill right now. But I promise I will pay as soon as I can.
It's okay. Whenever you got it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Greg and Catherine are understanding, but that doesn't make Kim happy. Instead, it fuels her jealousy of the couple.
She envied what they had.
Clearly, she had her sights on them.
Kim starts fantasizing about owning their horse property.
She wanted them to somehow sign over their farm to her.
It's an insane idea. But like she's done in the past, she tries to recruit help.
I know that you're a family man, and I wasn't even sure if I should be telling you this, but...
By doing what she does best, manipulating people.
There was a history of manipulative behaviour, lying in order to achieve her ends.
She spins neighbor Andrew Flintjar a wicked lie about Greg and Catherine.
Andrew was told by Kim that the couple had sexually abused her child and had videoed the episode.
That's disgusting. People like that should be shot.
Exactly. They need to be punished.
I should belt him for touching her. The pervert.
There was no evidence at any time in court that Catherine or Greg had engaged in anything like that.
Andrew thinks it's just muscle she wants.
Go for it.
With Andrew on board, Kim approaches another neighbor.
Stacey Lee Caton was a known criminal. He had said that he had wanted to get his life back on track.
What happened, Kim?
Kim fabricates a different story.
He drugged me. And then he filmed me performing this lewd sex act. It was horrible.
Stacey Lee Caton was told by her that a couple had drugged her, sexually assaulted her, and videoed the episode.
It seems to be a total fantasy on her part.
Stacey.
So she employed a means of modulating the story, depending on the person who was the recipient of it, to press the right buttons. The theme was always one of sexual impropriety. And of course, nothing excites people's sympathy more than that.
Two men,
Stacey.
Two different lies, but both take the bait.
I want to get back at him.
She knew exactly what to say to each one to get them worked up enough to help her kill.
It was a very dangerous thing for her to do, because these two had never met each other before and had no reason to meet.
I'll help you, Kim. Just tell me what you want me to do.
Both men underestimate Kim's true nature.
Ken Snibson was the perfect sociopath. Sociopaths love to manipulate other people. It's fun for them. They consider it part of the chase, part of the leading up to any crime.
Kim's ready to make her twisted dreams a deadly reality.
Finally, she worked up to the ultimate crime.
I've got an idea. It's going to take a lot of work.
January 28th, 2006, Nowra, Australia. 35-year-old Kim Snibson wants something for nothing. Her web of lies has convinced locals, Andrew Flintjar and Stacey Lee Caton, to help her. They think they are needed to rough up the owners of a horse farm.
Hi. Greg, can you come over? There's something I want to talk to you about.
Kim lures Greg Hosa to her house.
Okay.
She coming?
It's coming.
He came quickly after that conversation occurred. He didn't think that he was in any danger or that there would be any problem.
Kim, hello, it's me. It's Greg.
He was struck to the head with a lump of wood, hog-tied, meaning his feet were bound and pulled up behind his back.
He said, why is this happening? Andrew Flentjar has said it's because of what you did to the kids, or he said something about being a pedophile.
The men finally realize they have been told different lies.
Which is not what Stacey Lee Caton had heard at all. That, according to him, that's not why he was there.
Kim must have known that the point in time would be reached where her lies would be exposed. But she would have then taken things to the point of no return.
With Greg in agony, Kim calls his wife, Catherine.
It's Kim.
It's a call
I need to
any
talk to you.
wife would dread.
There's something I need to tell you about Greg and I. We've been having an affair. Yeah, now it's good. See you in a minute.
There had never been any affair between Greg and Kim Snibson.
Kim, what are you going on about? What's that phone call about? Greg would never do such a thing to me.
She too was hog-tied. She too had a sock stuffed in the mouth and tape wrapped around her mouth as well. One can imagine the fear suffered by these people. This involved a degree of violence that was very great.
Kim gives Andrew and Stacey Lee chilling instructions. It's more than they bargained for.
Keep an eye on him. We're going to go get the barrel.
They collected 44-gallon drums from Champagne Shires and brought them back to the house.
In an ominous move, Catherine is shoved into the oil drum. Kim has a horrific way to deal with her neighbor's resistance.
She murdered Catherine by wrapping tape around her face and eyes and nose. And they stood there and watched her die over several minutes.
Stacey Lee Caton looks on. It was never meant to come to this.
She's dead.
Now it's his turn.
Kim's got a different plan for Greg.
Kim killed Greg Hosa by garroting him with electrical wire. Kim killed them both deliberately and methodically.
Kim is a natural-born killer. She wanted to commit murder.
Kidnapped and brutally forced into makeshift coffins, a loving husband and wife are dead.
Once it got dark, the barrels were loaded into the back of Kim Snibson's station wagon and taken out to the state forest.
Kim Snibson commits one final grisly act.
They were doused in petrol and set alight.
Incinerating the bodies was done for no other purpose than to destroy evidence that those two poor people had ever been to Kim's house that day. I have been involved in some shocking crimes involving dreadful brutality. This case stands out because in my career, I can only reasonably expect to come across one or two sociopaths, and that's what Kim Snibson is.
Within hours, unable to live with the horror he's been part of. Stacey Lee Caton reveals the murderous deed.
Stacey Lee Caton went next door to his sister's house and spoke to her and her husband and gave them some details of what happened, and they took him to the police station.
The community was devastated by it. Devastated. That one of their own should be the killer was something which psychologically traumatised that community.
As daylight breaks, police find the gruesome remains.
All that remained of Catherine was her right foot, and little remained of Greg.
Thanks to Stacey Lee's confession, Kim's quickly arrested. Her delusion of taking over the horse farm would never be realized.
Would Kim have regret? None. There will be no remorse from Kim Snibson. It's not in her nature.
I sat there in that courtroom for a couple of weeks and she didn't seem to be shedding any tears.
Andrew Flintjar was found guilty of kidnapping and sentenced to 7 years. Stacey Lee Caton was jailed for 16.5 years for aiding and abetting murder. On September 5th, 2008, Kim Snibson is found guilty of murdering Greg Hossa and Catherine McKay. She is sentenced to 32 years.
I think Kim's the only person that really knows why she did what she did.
A small town in Australia will never be the same.
Made people wonder, well, it could happen to anybody. And I think it really shook people up.
A person who does this lacks the quality that makes us human beings.
It's unlikely Kim feels remorse for what she did. Sociopaths never do. If she ever does emerge from prison, watch out.
For these deadly women, money truly was the root of their evil. Marjorie Diehl Armstrong's bizarre plan to get rich left a gruesome trail of death. Drug addict Rosie Alfaro brutally stabbed to death an innocent 9-year-old girl for a few $100s. And Kim Snibson viciously murdered a loving couple to steal their property. These deadly women were ready and able to kill for cash.
We don't need all the money right now. You just pay us when you can.
Most people feel safe at home, but should they?
According to the medical examiner, they died from the weight of the dirt and also from breathing in the dirt.
She knew these people. In the end, it didn't matter at all.
Danger can be close.
The pain that she was caused was an agony type of pain. It was over the top.
Hidden behind familiar faces.
It'd be just like to cross the street right over to that house over there.
She struck him again and again with that hatchet.
These deadly women choose to kill close to home. They loathe their neighbors. Summer 2005. At the end of a desolate road in Georgia, a freshly dug grave awaits the Grim Reaper. But the victims aren't dead.
It's really frightening to think about, and I don't even like to think about the way they died.
Charleston, South Carolina. 23-year-old Tiffany Cole welcomes regular visits from her kind neighbors, Reggie and Carol Sumner.
How's your dad?
Tiffany's father is dying of cancer, and the Sumners are helping him through his last days.
We'll go up and see how he is. Why don't you go out for a while and have some fun?
They were sweet, they were loving, they cared about their family, and they cared about people. They cared about Tiffany Cole. And that's one of the tragedies of this case.
The Sumners can't stay long. They are retiring to the Florida sunshine. But before they go, they give Tiffany one last helping hand.
We're happy to help you, sweetie. We don't need all the money right now. You just pay us when you can.
When they learned that Tiffany needed a car, they sold their car to Tiffany.
Don't forget, if you're ever down in Florida, there's always a bed at our place. Is that right, honey?
For sure.
Thank you.
Told her that if you're ever in Jacksonville, you need a place to crash, you can come stay with us.
It's a fateful invitation. After her father passes away, Tiffany changes. She starts mixing with a bad crowd. Drinking, drugs, and petty crime are now her priorities.
Tiffany was just partying. She had gotten involved, was doing some cocaine, and she was even selling drugs just to get more money to support partying more.
Hey, have a guy. Hey.
Hey, man. Michael, this is Tiffany. Tiffany, this is Michael.
Howdy.
She falls for bad boy Michael Jackson.
Tiffany and Michael's relationship was a match made in hell.
Michael Jackson, in my estimation, is the epitome of a sociopath.
He thought he was kind of king of the world.
That works, that works.
He was just motivated by greed above all things.
Michael Jackson is a thief and soon has Tiffany under his spell.
He was out there trying to get the next big score, and in this case, he was going to do whatever it took to get some money.
When they need cash, Tiffany remembers the Sumners' kind-hearted offer. And so they plan a road trip to Florida.
Michael and Tiffany wound up in Jacksonville. And they spent a couple nights at the Sumners.
Hi, Tiffany, come on in.
Hi, guys, come on in. Good to see you.
Hey, nice coins.
It's my pride and joy. Spent more than I should have.
Tiffany realized we've got easy marks here.
The Sumners had cash from when they sold their home. They had a nice car. Reggie Sumner had a coin collection.
Tiffany has handed her neighbors to her sociopathic boyfriend.
Nice.
On a silver platter.
You know, they're both so old and weak. It'd be like so easy to rob them.
Yeah, we gotta get that credit card details just so we can get the cash out.
This plan developed where they would abduct the Sumners and ultimately kill them in order to get the codes for their ATM, for their credit cards, so that they could empty their bank accounts.
Their cash out otherwise.
Hey, buddy. How are you guys?
Hey, dude. How you guys doing?
Good.
Are we part of a robbery? Easiest one you'll ever do. No, right?
Hi, man. How about you?
Sounds cool.
Michael brought in Alan Wade and Bruce Nixon pretty much for muscle.
Tiffany's plan calls for some macabre preparations.
A couple days before the Sumners were kidnapped, the 4 defendants went across the state line up to Georgia. And they dug a grave.
Hey, you have that duct tape and gloves like I told you to?
Yeah.
Tiffany held the flashlight while they dug that grave. She knew what was going to happen.
Hey guys, they already know Michael and I, so you two are gonna have to go to the door.
Yeah, she's right, guys. Come on, keep going.
She knew these people. They had been good to her. In the end, it didn't matter at all.
(2005). In the heat of the 4th of July holiday, while the nation celebrates independence, Tiffany Cole and her accomplices are about to pay Reggie and Carol Sumner a surprise visit.
The decision was made to send Alan and Bruce in because the Sumners didn't know them. They knocked on the door, said they needed to use the phone.
Hi, our car's broken down. Do you mind if we use your phone?
Oh, your car's broken down?
Yeah.
That's terrible. Come on in. The phone's right there. Hey, Reggie, these guys just...
Please, please, please.
As soon as they got inside, they tied them up and began to ransack the house.
Joey, get everything. Get that right now.
They found Reggie's coin collection, the ATM cards that they were looking for.
Is he done? We need him out.
Without a glimmer of sympathy, Tiffany watches while the Sumners are bound, gagged, and shoved into the trunk of their own car. Tiffany and the gang head to the prepared gravesite. When they open the trunk, they find the Sumners hugging each other and praying.
They're both very sickly, and you can imagine this 35-minute drive in their trunk. They're very weak at this point.
Get out. Where you going? Just give me the number and you don't have to go there. Give me the goddamn PIN number. Give me the PIN number. Now. 4095. 4095.
Michael managed to get Reggie to give up the PIN numbers to the bank accounts.
With access to all their cash, the gang can let the frail couple go.
4095.
But they don't.
Michael and Alan began shoveling dirt onto the Sumners.
The dirt is slowly filling in the hole, getting higher and higher. It's crushing their chest.
Hurry up, guys. Come on, we gotta get out of here.
The Sumners are being buried alive.
Imagine how long it takes when you first put the first scoop of dirt in. Okay, maybe we should stop now. We've gone far enough. The second, the third, the fourth, the dirt's halfway up the hole and you're still filling it in, and you're just watching. They were alive until the very last minute because we know that once the dirt reached their mouth, they actually inhaled dirt.
When their bodies were found, they were hugging each other.
Tiffany had so little decency in her soul. She didn't even kill these people before she put them in their grave.
I can't imagine any more heinous way to die.
The Sumners helped Tiffany and her father in their hour of need. Now, they are repaid with death.
That tells me quite a bit about what was in Tiffany's heart. She could cold-bloodedly plan out the murder of an elderly couple who had been good to her. And the murder wasn't even necessary anyway.
Oh! Ah, we go.
The gang goes on a spending spree.
Oh, come on.
They went to an ATM machine to use a credit card within several minutes of them being buried alive.
All right, it's photo time. Photos. Oh, come on, sweetheart. Smile for the camera. You know, come on, like you're a supermodel.
Back in Jacksonville, concerned family members have reported the Sumners missing. Police start tracking their credit cards.
At one point, the police put a freeze on the ATM card.
When the money tap turns off, the killers are forced to make a move. It's a dumb one.
Michael Jackson comes up with this plan that he's going to call the sheriff's office and pretend to be Reggie Sumner.
Oh, hello. It's Mr. Sumner here.
Well, we've got people all over the place looking for you.
Yeah, well, we just wanted to let you know that we're okay.
The sheriff's office is very aware that this is not Reggie Sumner. This is not a sickly 60-something-year-old man that they're talking to on the phone. They ask, continuing the ruse, is Carol there?
Oh, yeah, she's right here.
And Michael says, yeah, sure, Carol's here.
Straight on.
And then Tiffany Cole gets on the phone. And Tiffany Cole pretends to be Carol.
Yeah, hey, this is Carol Sumner. Yeah, oh yeah, we're totally fine.
With their prime suspects on the line, the police reactivate the credit cards, hoping to hook them. It works. A spending trail leads them straight to Tiffany and Michael.
They find Michael Jackson and Tiffany Cole in one hotel room with items belonging to Reggie and Carol.
In 2007, Tiffany Cole and Michael Jackson are tried for murder. Michael receives the death penalty. Tiffany tries to put the blame on her lover.
She has maintained that she did not know this was going to turn into a murder, that she thought it was a simple robbery. She's never really taken responsibility for her role in this crime.
The jury doesn't buy her story. Tiffany Cole also receives the death penalty for the double murder. She is currently on Florida's death row.
In the end, it was Tiffany who introduced Michael to her friends, the Sumners. And in the end, it was Tiffany who waited while the Sumners were killed. Tiffany was the architect of her own life, and now she's on death row.
March 2003. In the historic hamlet of Lock Haven, Pennsylvania, a Pearl Harbor survivor is facing another deadly enemy.
And asked her why. Why are you doing this? And she said, because I can. Just die.
The small university town is a peaceful place to raise a family.
Everybody knows just about everybody around.
It's Shonda D. Walters' hometown.
Because he's alone. I think we need to find his mommy.
She's brought up in a white neighborhood, but Shonda is of mixed race.
She had a black father and a white mother, which was a little different, but it wasn't traumatic.
Shonda does well in school and dreams of life beyond Lock Haven.
She had a fantasy that one day she would be an illustrator for Walt Disney Animation. You can't get much more wholesome than that. And she really looked like she had a very bright future.
But then Shonda's life takes a U-turn. From Disney to drugs.
Shonda started getting into drugs after she got out of high school, and she partied a lot with serious drugs, LSD, cocaine.
Damn.
Instead of college, she has a baby with a boyfriend who leaves her. And her life spirals out of control.
It was after that initial use of drugs where she really started getting into trouble.
Hey, Shonda. In front of everybody? You want in?
I got all the money, man.
Shonda hooks up with the notorious street gang, the Bloods.
Yo, gang.
Pretty crazy, huh?
Shonda one thing. What's your thing?
Good idea.
People don't usually seek out memberships in gangs, especially young mothers. Shonda did. Something was missing in her life. And what was missing, according to some people that knew her, was being bad.
They gave her validation for who she was, whether she was black, white, green, or purple. They also would identify her at that point as just a member of the family.
You want in?
She wants to be part of the group.
It's all right. You're gonna have to prove yourself. Get it? Whatever it takes.
But first, to gain the acceptance she so desperately craves, Shonda must prove herself.
And that tends to mean some sort of crime. And with the Bloods, there has to be a drawing of blood. Shonda took it to the extreme.
Shonda, you go around carrying something like that, you are heading for trouble.
Her family are horrified at the new Shonda, but are powerless to do anything.
Shonda obviously had been thinking about what she was going to do because she spent a week wearing it in her waistband, going around trying to look tough.
Shonda is out to impress her new family of Bloods, but even they will be shocked. "83-year-old Pearl Harbor veteran James Sementelli is a familiar face on the streets of Lockhaven.
Easygoing, never offended anybody. And he worked at the post office. He liked to hunt and fish. And as I say, he was a very nice guy.
His brother, Bill, says James was a popular man.
I don't know of anybody that didn't like him. He also had dogs that they would take and walk him, and he was always available for anybody around. He'd talk to anybody, and everybody talked to him. Easy to get along with.
But the idyllic neighborhood is harboring a bad seed. Shonda Walters has joined the Bloods gang. To prove herself, she needs to kill.
She would be just like to cross the street right over to that house over there.
In the afternoon of March 25th, 2003, Shonda knocks at her neighbor's door.
Just a minute.
He would open the door to him. He was always welcome because people knew him and knew how good he was.
Give me your keys.
No, get out of my house.
She struck him again and again with that hatchet.
Attack with a hatchet is up close, it's personal. You get covered with blood, brain.
Despite her rage, it's not an easy way to kill someone.
Since this sort of an attack is so physical and requires a great deal of sustained energy and intent and focus, sometimes we find that the killer, the perpetrator, takes a break. In this case, Shonda Walters had a cigarette break.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
She stopped then to recite the Lord's Prayer.
Thine kingdom come.
Shonda's clumsy attempt leaves James battered, but still alive.
Why are you doing this to me?
And asked her why. Why are you doing this? And she said, because I can. Just die.
Because I can. Just die.
And then she returned to mutilating his body. He had 60 or 70 wounds over his body, 45 lacerations. He had broken bones. His left ear was nearly severed from his head. His arms and hands were just covered with defensive wounds.
But the Pearl Harbor veteran is still alive.
Her final act on the dying body of James Seminatelli was to cut an X in his stomach with a knife. What did she do then? She had a bowl of ice cream before leaving the house.
She knows what's right and wrong. She chooses to do wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if Shonda told me that when she was killing the man, it made her feel good.
In World War II, James Seminatelli fought to protect the way of life in small-town America. But his beloved neighborhood spawns a combatant more deadly for him than enemy soldiers. Shonda wants to show off. She rounds up fellow gang members and returns to the crime scene.
Hey, is Michelle here? She'll be back any minute. What happened? I'll tell you when Michelle gets back. No. I'll show you.
The gang motivates you. You know that after it's over, they're still going to pat you on the back and tell you you've done a great job.
It is too much for one girl.
Help me ship the body, guys.
Wait, I'm not touching you. I don't want no part of this.
But hard-hearted Shonda ransacks the house.
They rummaged through his house. They found a jar filled with $510.25 in quarters. She threw the hatchet out of the car window.
Took him a week to find my brother. During that time, we were looking all over for him. We had no idea that he was in his home, all beat up and butchered up by this lady.
But James has one companion.
And they wouldn't let anybody else in to see him. But his dog was still there, and she was sitting right with him, so she stayed with him. She never left him.
The horror is too much for one gang member. She gives up Shonda willingly.
It wasn't just that she murdered someone. It wasn't just that the crime was violent. But her willingness to stand there and watch him suffer.
In 2005, Shonda Walter is sentenced to death for James' brother Bill. Her execution is long overdue.
been almost 8 years, and all she's done is just sat on death rows and nothing's been done about it.
The senseless killing of a beloved war veteran is a hard crime to forgive.
The gang didn't tell Shonda how to kill. They just told her that she had to kill to join the gang. It was her choice to choose a little old man. It was her choice to hack him to death with a hatchet. I think this says a lot about the black heart of Shonda. She knows what's right and wrong. She chooses to do wrong.
I don't think human beings come any more loathsome than Shonda Walter.
In the town of Tracy, in Northern California, April 2009. A farmer laying irrigation pipes makes a grisly discovery.
Take a look.
A suitcase. Inside it is the tiny corpse of a missing 8-year-old girl. The police search for her has captured the hearts and minds of the nation.
When the news was announced, a lot of people were surrounding their television screens and they just started crying, and just a total shock for everyone.
"28-year-old Melissa Huckabe is a familiar face in her grandfather's church.
Her grandfather is the pastor at the local church.
Did you know that few people know more than 3 or 4 of the commandments?
Really?
If they'd study the commandments in more detail, they'd find they're not a list of do-nots, but rather God's guide to the good life.
The single mother teaches Sunday school. One of her pupils is her 6-year-old daughter, Madison.
Very caring, loving mom. Has a little bit of a college background, went to junior college. Very well spoken.
That's beautiful.
Very pleasant.
But Melissa's hiding a dark secret.
She became deeply disturbed and started cutting herself, and the depression really kicked in, and she turned to self-harm.
Melissa suffers from bipolar disorder. Her extreme mood swings are tempered by medication.
If you met Melissa, you'd have no idea that she had a bipolar personality.
She had, over the years, gotten really good at just hiding that part of herself from the world.
Melissa and her daughter live in a trailer park. A regular playmate is 8-year-old Sandra Cantu. But instead of encouraging the friendship with her daughter, Melissa is jealous.
Sandra, it's time to go home.
Melissa had to be the center of an attention. Melissa struggled to share a relationship that involved 3 people. She needed to be in a relationship that she can manipulate.
Another little friend is Melody, and she is about to experience Melissa's jealousy firsthand.
Hey kids, come and get a drink.
In January 2009, she drugs her daughter's playmate with her bipolar medication, benzodiazepine. When Melissa brings her home later, Melody is acting strangely.
How dare you take my child out of the park? She told me she had permission. Very much doubt that.
Melody started exhibiting some lethargic behaviors
Stay away from my daughter.
and lost control of her body. And so Melody's mom became concerned, rushed her to the hospital.
Little Melody is okay once the benzodiazepine wears off. Her mom tells police she believes Melody has been drugged. But the Sunday school teacher convinces them she's done nothing wrong.
I think that just on a superficial level, the detectives decided to trust Melissa.
But they shouldn't. Two months later, Melissa is at it again, this time drugging a boyfriend.
Here, drink this.
She offered a drink.
What is that?
It's a vitamin supplement.
Well, it's bitter. It's disgusting.
Told him he was drinking some type of energy drink. He drank it.
I feel sick. I'm going home.
Later that night, police find him passed out behind the wheel and assume he is drunk.
He gets arrested, his blood's taken, so those samples are submitted and come back with nothing in them.
She gave each of those people small doses of her own medication just to see the effect it would have on them. She was testing for the big day.
Over 2 months, Melissa secretly sedates 2 innocent people. And there will be a third victim. Eight-year-old Sandra Cantu is the darling of the Orchard Estates trailer park in Tracy.
Thanks for doing the gardening, Sandra.
That's okay. Is there anything else we can do for you today?
Maybe you could do some weeding for me.
Okay.
She was a bubbly little girl. She was friendly. She was always looking for attention from adults.
Very outgoing, very photogenic, very jubilant kid. Loved to play with the different kids in the trailer park.
Sandra's friendship with Madison Huckabe would delight most moms. But for Melissa, it's a threat.
Melissa's now losing time with her daughter to the point where it makes her jealous. That's all she had left was Madison. She didn't have a husband. She couldn't keep her boyfriend. Her grandparents were getting tired of her.
But March 27th, 2009, will be Sandra Cantu's last play date. Sunday school teacher Melissa Huckabe is hiding a dark secret. She suffers from bipolar disorder and is insanely possessive of her daughter, Madison. She sees her 8-year-old playmate, Sandra Cantu, as a threat.
Hey, Sandra. Hi. Do you want to come down to the church with me?
Melissa lures Sandra into her car.
Sandra's last seen walking on the video surveillance camera.
And takes her to a place where the whole community feels safe. Her grandfather's church. Again, she uses her prescription medicine.
Sandra Cantu first was drugged by Melissa Huckabe with a sedative that would have put most adults to sleep.
Sandra.
Benzodiazepine, that chemical itself, is going to knock her out. She's going to lose control of her muscles almost to the point where it paralyzes her.
And it's not over yet. Melissa soaks a rag in rubbing alcohol.
The smothering is going to be what actually kills her. Isopropyl displaces oxygen. You displace a person's oxygen, they can't breathe, therefore they can't breathe, their heart stops.
This is not a crime of passion. This is something Melissa had been planning for quite a while. This was something that had been in her heart and her mind probably for over a decade.
Melissa prepares Sandra for a lonely burial.
Places her back in the suitcase, dressed, fully clothed, then places the body in there in the fetal position.
She drives Sandra's body to a murky irrigation pond,
where she dumps her, pushes the suitcase into the water.
The disappearance of Sandra Cantu makes national news.
Community would gather outside the mobile home park and hold a candlelight vigil, and there would be prayers, people would sing, they would keep reminding everyone that we're going to keep searching.
Detectives soon discover one resident is particularly anxious to help. Self-confessed crime show fanatic, Melissa Huckabe.
Hi, it's Melissa. My Eddie Bar suitcase is being stolen.
Melissa drew attention to herself early in the investigation. By telling people and telling the police she had had a suitcase stolen from her front sidewalk.
Officer! Officer!
Then she approaches police with a potential breakthrough.
I found it on my way to the manager's trailer.
Let me take a look.
The day after Sandra goes missing, she finds a note in the park that says, Cantu, locked in stolen suitcase, water, Bachetti Road, Whitehall Road, and witnessed.
My suitcase was stolen.
Melissa's cat and mouse games with the police and the FBI agents on site were nothing less than kind of a, look at me, but I'm not guilty. They became suspicious of her almost immediately.
It's big enough to hold a child.
The police retest the blood samples taken months earlier from Melody and Daniel Plowman. This time, they're specifically looking for Melissa's prescription medication.
In their blood, we found benzodiazepine, one of the chemicals in one of the 3 prescription antidepressant medications that Melissa takes for her bipolar.
She was testing the dosing. How much of her bipolar medication would she have to give someone? It was all working up to the moment when she would drug Sandra Cantu.
But there is even more horrific news. The autopsy reveals 8-year-old Sandra has been raped.
The sexual assault did not occur by a male's penis.
A search of Melissa's church reveals a blood-stained rolling pin.
We found Sandra's DNA on both ends of the rolling pin.
Detective Tim Bauer thinks wannabe criminologist Melissa staged the rape to throw police off her scent.
She would know that we would look at a male suspect for this type of crime. I think she did it as a ploy to try to throw us off in, placing her as the murderer.
But criminal profiler Candace DeLong suspects there's more to it.
I think Melissa Huckabe had a long-standing desire. Physical, sexual desire to exert power over a young child.
A sexual crime or irrational jealousy. Only Melissa knows. But she never tells. she agrees to plead guilty to murder if the prosecutors drop the rape charge.
Melissa escaped the death penalty and escaped a trial, and that a little girl who was found to be raped, there was no justice for that part of the crime.
She is nothing more or less than a rapist. A child rapist. That was the purpose of the murder. The murder was to hide the sexual assault. The purpose of grabbing Sandra Cantu was sexual homicide.
In 2010, Melissa is sentenced to life with no chance of parole.
There was no lesson learned here. It was just a total betrayal of trust. You really can't see it coming.
What's rare about her is that she's a woman and she was not acting in concert with a man. And that makes Melissa a very deadly woman.
In some neighborhoods, the girl next door is not what she seems. Tiffany Cole hunts down her elderly neighbors to steal their cash. Shonda Walter bludgeons a war veteran to make new friends. And Melissa Huckabe brutally rapes and suffocates her daughter's friend. These deadly women don't travel far to satisfy their deadly urges. They prefer their victims at close range. They loathe their neighbors. A woman can snap for all sorts of reasons. To protect loved ones.
She knew that it was only a matter of time before he sexually abused their little daughter.
For revenge.
I want you to go now, Kate. I have nowhere to go, ma'am. Where shall I go?
I think a culmination of all the stresses just made her snap.
Joe, really? You could get these yourself.
Or to be free from responsibility.
She had a goal that he was not going to clutter her life any longer.
These deadly women become cold-blooded killers when they reach their breaking point. In 2008, in the charming seaside town of Belfast, Maine. A wealthy young couple seemed to have everything.
And they were pretty inseparable.
James inherited all this money from his father, millions of dollars. It looked like they would have a charmed life.
But James and Amber Cummings are living with secrets. Their 12-year-old marriage is miserable.
He didn't appear to have a lot of relationships with people or with his family. Kept to himself.
Amber is afraid of her husband and has been for years.
He abused her physically, emotionally, sexually. He tore down every shred of her individuality.
This guy's gonna run the country?
And James has some alarming political views.
What is this world coming to?
He's a white supremacist.
How the hell is he supposed to run the country? He's colored. I'm gonna kill him.
And he's using his newfound wealth to pursue a macabre hobby.
James became obsessed with Nazi paraphernalia. He spent a lot of his inheritance seeking out items that Hitler had owned.
His behavior is fueled by a delusional mental illness.
It was clear that he had a serious mental illness known as paranoid schizophrenia.
James lives in a constant state of paranoia.
Where have you been?
I had to get out of the house for a while.
Oh, you think you can leave the house?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
I went to your brother's.
I don't want you going to my brother's house.
He can't tolerate other people in Amber's life.
I don't want you going anywhere. You got that?
What is wrong with you? I can't stay in here forever.
You want to stay here?
What is wrong with you? You're acting crazy.
He wages a campaign to cut them out.
He isolated her from her family. They moved several times so he could keep her isolated.
James and Amber have a daughter. But he is no kinder to her.
Clara, come here. That's the Fuhrer, Silva. You're not to touch that.
When he tried to beat the daughter, she would step in between them and take the beating herself.
Do you understand? Where do you think you're going?
What's going on, Clara? Honey, just go upstairs. What is going on?
What are you doing?
She's not doing anything wrong. She is just a kid.
Even though that made James angrier and made him hit her worse.
I'm teaching her discipline. This is something you don't understand.
Disgusting.
She was subjected to marital rape on a regular basis.
Isolated, abused, and terrified. Amber does try and escape with her daughter.
Amber tried a couple of times to escape from James and always failed. And he got angry and the abuse escalated.
There's no way out for Amber Cummings. James controls her every move.
Come here. Come here.
Now his perversions
Come here. Sit down. Sit down.
grow even more disturbing.
Now I want you to pick me the best one.
Oh my God.
What do you think?
They're children.
That's right. They're great, huh?
He had become obsessed with child pornography.
Come on, do it.
I don't want to do this.
He had hundreds of images of child pornography on his computer.
James, it's horrible.
Well, come on.
Mom, I don't think do spelling book. Honey, I'll be there in a second. Just wait outside for me, okay?
Okay.
Well, come on. Pick your best one.
That one.
All right.
His authority is unchallenged. His violence unchecked.
He ran his house like Hitler ran Germany.
Amber reaches her breaking point. In a quiet New England town, a rich young couple is hiding secrets. Nazi sympathizer James Cummings is addicted to child pornography.
All right, gorgeous. You are good to go. You want to go downstairs and play?
Please, thank you, Mom.
By December 2008, his battered wife, Amber, is about to snap.
Amber got up with her daughter. Seemed like a normal morning. And then she walked into the bedroom, pulled the .45 from under the pillow.
Domestic violence victims, they very often think about a way out of the situation is to kill themselves.
On the brink of ending her life, Amber realizes if she dies, who will protect her daughter from her monster of a father?
What troubled her the most was his child pornography collection. She knew that it was only a matter of time before he sexually abused their little daughter.
Amber Cummings could never stand up to James to protect herself. Now, her maternal instinct explodes to the surface. There's only one thing for her to do.
She couldn't leave Clara there with him. She walked into James's bedroom.
While her sadistic jailer sleeps, she takes his gun and pulls the trigger.
Everybody has a breaking point. Ultimately, take away all the socialization that we've been subjected to since the moment we came out to the world. We are animals, and animals can attack.
Amber takes her daughter to a neighbor's house and calls police.
Clara, we've got to go. Quickly, come on, let's go outside. Let's go.
Chief of Police Jeffrey Dahmer will never forget the scene.
It's hard for us to justify shooting somebody who's asleep in a bed. She looked more like a victim than a shooter.
Expressionless, just like a shell of a person, really.
Amber killed to protect her daughter. But as police discover, she may have done something else.
Look at this stuff.
Change the course of history.
When the FBI came into that house, what did they find? All the ingredients for a dirty bomb, including uranium.
Looks like we have a manual.
They found some of that stuff was radioactive.
In James's twisted, racist view of the world, Barack Obama should never be president.
They were going to drive to Washington, D.C. for President Barack Obama's inauguration, and he was going to explode a dirty bomb down there.
Amber shoots James just 1 month before the presidential inauguration. James Cummings' evil plan could have killed thousands.
Amber killed her husband. She is 100% responsible for his death. But there is no doubt in my mind, not only did Amber save her daughter from a horrible fate, but possibly the United States.
In a civilized society, Amber's vigilante justice can't stand unchallenged. A murder trial must take place, and it touches a nerve.
She had probably upwards of 100 people in this community show up for her sentencing date, most of which were wearing T-shirts that read, "Free Amber."
Pleading guilty, Amber's fate is left to a single judge.
Amber was given an 8-year sentence that was fully suspended, so she walked away from the Waldo County Superior Courthouse a free woman.
There's still a certain segment that don't agree that she should have shot him and killed him. But I do believe that the community as a whole has forgiven her.
Free from her abuser and any jail sentence, Amber makes an extraordinary request.
She did ask the community to forgive her husband. She had said, look, he had some problems and I don't want the community to hold any anger towards him.
Amber Cummings is a deadly woman. She murdered her husband while he was sleeping. But seeing her story, it's easy for me to understand how Amber was created.
In 2010, in the leafy suburbs of London, England, home renovators make a grisly discovery.
The mini digger unearthed a skull. We knew that it was not just a grave site, it was a skull on its own.
A lone human skull can only mean foul play. But to whom does it belong?
They managed to narrow it down to a death between the 17th century and 1880.
To identify this antique victim, police will have to delve into London's dark past and reopen a murder case that scandalized a brutal city. England, 1870s. Kate Webster is celebrating moving to London.
Kate Webster was an Irish woman who came to England and effectively was a career criminal. She was cunning. She learned how to be a criminal from an early age.
Kate hasn't come to London for a job. She's come to steal. But she's not very good at it and is soon caught and jailed for 5 years. On her release, she is determined to have an easier life.
Kate Webster's life couldn't have been much harder than it was. Kate had almost no education. She worked in people's homes as a housekeeper, and she wasn't very good at that.
Kate finds the perfect employer. Naive widow, Julia Thomas.
Good afternoon, Kate. Good afternoon. Please, sit. Thank you, ma'am.
She had a nice house. She would wear jewellery and rings. She was a church-going lady, very prim and proper.
But Mrs. Thomas didn't know about her background.
Do you have some references for me?
Oh no, I've just come to London. I've come from Ireland, and unfortunately, I don't have any references, but I'm so keen to work. So keen to work for you, Mrs. Thomas.
She didn't like work. I mean, she resented doing the work. She wasn't a very good maid.
It's a very large house, Kate. Have you worked in such a large house before?
I have, back in Ireland. I did notice there was some dust in the mantle. I can see you need some help.
Yes. Shall we start straight away?
Let's start.
Kate Webster is a talented con artist and thief, but an atrocious housekeeper.
She was a clumsy lady. She would slam the trays down on the tables. Mrs. Thomas would complain about Kate.
And Kate has a more serious problem. She's an alcoholic and a bad-tempered drunk.
She was a big drinker. She was often annoyed at people.
Julia Thomas decides to make a stand.
She feared Kate Webster. She had built up the courage to sack her.
Where have you been? Oh, you're drunk! I told you I will not tolerate you going to the public house, and with your work not done, then you do go on your bidding.
Oh, leave it be, woman. It'll get done. It'll get done in my own good time.
I will not tolerate this. That is enough.
And then she was asked to leave the house.
That's enough.
What?
You must find other employment.
I'm going.
You most certainly are.
You make me.
I will.
She wasn't happy about it. She's been insulted.
Now go to your room now.
May I go to my room? What will I be thinking of, huh? What am I going to be doing? I'm going to be thinking in my own head what to do.
Kate convinces Mrs. Thomas to give her time to find accommodation.
You better watch yourself, missus.
Go.
Then she did allow Kate to spend the weekend in her home before she left. I think this was a big mistake.
Sunday, January 13th, 1879. It's Kate's last day of work.
Where did Kate go? She went to the pub. Mrs. Thomas was not happy again.
Stop there.
She'd done her a favor and let her stay for the weekend, but now Kate's late back from the pub.
I want you to go now, Kate.
I've nowhere to go, ma'am. Where shall I go?
Mrs. Thomas is waiting for her, and an argument ensued.
I don't care. I've given you plenty of chances. I gave you notice. Now, I want you out of my house right now.
She threw her down the stairs.
Kate! Kate, help!
That was terrible if I threw, wasn't it?
Help!
Shush! Be quiet.
To prevent Mrs. Thomas from screaming, she strangled her.
Help me!
It'll be fine.
Oh.
It'll be fine.
There was a brutal killing of her landlady.
I think a culmination of all the stresses Kate was under finally came together at the top of that landing. Her alcohol problem, her low wages, and her repeated failures at even a simple menial job just made her snap.
Kate Webster has killed her employer. But she doesn't run.
For the first time in her life, now Kate had some power. and she used it.
Kate has come up with a monstrous plan that will shock London society. London, 1879. Drunken housekeeper Kate Webster has murdered her employer. Now she chooses the most gruesome method to get rid of the body.
Kate effectively spends the rest of Sunday and Sunday evening trying to dispose of the body.
It's a horrifying process.
She dismembered the body using a meat saw and a razor.
Lazy servant Kate is now hard at work. She hacks into Mrs. Thomas's neck and saws off her head.
Blood was all over the kitchen itself, in corners of the room. So I think it's fair to say disgusting.
It's a lot easier to get rid of a human body than the way Kate went about it, and a lot less ghoulish to simply bury a body in the basement. There was something in Kate that drove her to do that. I think she liked it.
With Julia Thomas's body in pieces, Kate cooks up an ungodly stew.
She thought she could dissolve the body by boiling it.
Neighbour next door said that she could smell a horrible, rancid smell.
She makes human lard out of the boiling body fat.
The residue that's left in the pot is really some of the fats that have coalesced. You're left with what looks like lard. It is not a far stretch for her to have given this particular mixture to people. Cannibals had said that the taste of human tissue was similar to that of a pig.
Kate sells the lard at her local tavern.
Some of the locals in the area, they had reported that in the days after the murder, Kate Webster had presented them with what she described as pig lard.
Hot buy, because I've got some most excellent flavored pig's lard. It's really delicious in the kitchen.
And they proceeded to eat it.
Delicious.
Kate spreads a story that she's had a stroke of good luck.
Her aunt, Mrs. Thomas, had passed away.
She'd inherited a house.
It's an outrageous lie. But people believe it.
She wore Julia's clothes and she tapped into her bank account. She could be somebody she had always wanted to be, but never could. She became a wealthy old woman.
Kate still has to dispose of the body.
The torso was placed in a wooden box.
Kate dumps it in the Thames. But not all the body parts will fit. She squeezes the head into a handbag.
Most people would not chop someone up and carry the head around in a bag.
Kate seems to have gone nuts.
Kate hides the head, where it remains undisturbed for over a century. The other body parts are found much sooner. Just 5 days after the murder.
Kate was really a much sicker woman than anyone really knew.
It is not long before Kate's story of an inheritance unravels. She's quickly arrested and convicted of murder. Although it's rare at the time for a woman to receive a death sentence, Kate Webster is hanged.
You look at what she actually did. How could you not say that's evil?
130 years later, the final piece of the case is solved.
The skull was recovered from an area that had previously been a stable. Kate Webster would have known that well. She frequented the pub.
Julia Thomas can finally be laid to rest.
If that murder hadn't happened on that day, Kate would have eventually had a row with someone and they would have ended up dead. And then possibly in the kitchen.
There is yours. Would you please eat up?
A dying husband needs a devoted wife.
He was generally suffering a miserable existence.
But when there's no love left,
Wendy was hardly the dutiful caregiver to her sick and dying husband.
a marriage becomes a burden.
This is not someone that I ever want to be around if she snaps again.
Summer 2000. Maricopa, Arizona.
Are you doing my toast?
An everyday domestic scene.
There.
Except this family is living in tragic circumstances.
Oh, and some jelly.
Joe was diagnosed with a very serious cancer, and he was terminal.
He was generally suffering a miserable existence.
Wendy,
What?
would you mind getting my pills?
Joe, really? You could get these yourself.
It's hard for me to get out of the chair.
Sure it is.
The dynamics of the family at the time that Joe got sick quickly went sour.
Joe Andriano has only months to live. His 30-year-old wife, Wendy, isn't coping.
Now I have to go to work.
Oh, and my beanie.
Joe! I can't do this for everyone, okay? I can't take care of everyone all the time!
Wendy is a bad nurse,
Have it! It's too much, Joe.
and she resents the pressure of being caregiver and the only breadwinner. Wendy often doesn't come home after work. She's leading a double life.
Miss Andriano was noted for going out to bars and clubs. She would engage herself, if you will, with some of the men that she met.
How much have you...
She pretends she's single and available.
It was difficult to understand why she would prefer to carouse with other men when her husband was at home, terminally ill.
Wendy even flaunts her affairs in front of her husband.
To be so quiet because one of my kids is on the couch sleeping.
It's hard to say if she was always crazy, wild, angry. We don't know. What we do know is how she acted when he was dying. Something was seriously wrong here.
Wendy's uncaring attitude is matched by her greed.
She set about to commit fraud and actually asked 2 different men to pretend to be her husband.
Listen, Rick, I need to ask a favor.
What?
I need you to pose as Joe in a medical exam.
And tell the insurance company that he did not have cancer.
So he can get a life insurance policy.
Why?
The fact that she attempted to get this other life insurance was just an indication of how greedy she really was.
I can't do that.
Rick, we need your help. Look, I will give you $10,000.
I can't do that.
She was seeking, at least from that, a $1 million life insurance policy.
No, I can't.
She can't get insurance, but Wendy no longer cares. She just wants Joe out of the way.
Wendy could not wait for her husband to die from his cancer.
She had a goal that Joe Andriano was not going to clutter her life any longer.
If Joe's cancer is slow to kill him, Wendy will give death a helping hand. October 8th, 2000, Maricopa, Arizona. Joe Andriano, a cancer sufferer, is in agony.
Joe was very ill. He was just writhing in pain, laying on the ground in pain.
What are you doing? I need help.
I need an ambulance for my husband.
He hears his wife, Wendy, call 911.
Yes, it is. Yes, he has terminal cancer.
But no paramedics arrive because Wendy is just pretending.
Thank you. Please, be quick.
Wendy had a plan for him. She couldn't wait for him to die of natural causes.
Where are the paramedics?
It's all part of Wendy's plan that started hours earlier.
She heated some soup on the stove and replaced the medication with sodium azide and had given him that.
Here's your soup.
Oh, thanks, darling.
It's a toxic weed killer, lethal to humans.
Is it good?
And she set about on a plan to murder her husband as quickly as possible.
Joe is left in agony for almost an hour. Finally, Wendy thinks he is on death's door and contacts a neighbor.
It was really unclear as to why she did that, but the friend did come over.
I just have to quickly tell you, please don't ask any questions. I mean, he's on the floor in there dying, but he doesn't know I haven't called 911.
What do you mean you haven't called 911?
I just think it would be better.
You need to call 911. Wendy, you need to call 911. You have to call them. You want me to make the call?
It was the neighbor's view that perhaps 911 should be called immediately.
Joe, it's Chris.
Under pressure, Wendy finally calls emergency.
Hello? My name is Wendy Andriano. Now, I made a call earlier for an ambulance, and we're still waiting.
We called up paramedics 45 minutes ago.
They're gonna be here any minute,
Yes,
Joe.
Joe kept saying, why is it taking 911 so long to get here? He was under the impression that 911 was on their way.
I need help.
But Wendy decides she can't risk paramedics snooping
We
around.
need to get him into the car. We're gonna take him to the hospital.
Where's the ambulance?
I don't know, Joe. We've called them. I don't know how long it's gonna take. We're gonna get you into the car, okay?
Miss Andriano grabbed Joe from underneath his arms
Joe, get up.
and tried to get him up so that she could put him in the car.
Where is the ambulance?
Joe, get up.
Her plan to poison Joe isn't working.
Joe, get up! We gotta go! Joe, I'm sick of it! Get up! Get up!
By now, he should be dead.
She miscalculated how much poison was necessary to kill him.
We gotta get in the car!
Poisoning wasn't enough. It wasn't fast enough.
At that point, the neighbor said, look, I hear the sirens. I'm going to go outside to guide them in.
When paramedics arrive, Wendy comes up with a cold-hearted lie.
Ma'am, not coming in. Help. My husband is dying from terminal cancer, okay? His DNR, do not resuscitate. He doesn't want your help.
When you think about this, open the door,
He doesn't
please.
want to die this way, okay?
Come on.
His DNR. No. DNR. No.
She was afraid that he would miraculously be saved.
Can't you guys do something?
The paramedics believe her and leave,
We did everything we can. Sorry.
sealing Joe's fate.
It was very important for her to murder her husband.
I need help.
Now, no one can stop Wendy.
Where are the paramedics? Oh!
She immediately started to hit him in the back of the head.
I need help.
She struck him so hard that there were holes on the top of his head.
She bludgeons him 23 times.
It was brutal because of the fact that Joe did not die quickly.
Joe, who bravely fought cancer, can't fight his wife.
She grabbed one of the kitchen knives that were there, and in the area where the cancer actually started, she stuck that in the side of his neck.
I think it's safe to say that Wendy snapped. This is not someone that I ever want to be around if she snaps again.
30 minutes later, the 911 center received another call from that address.
The same team of paramedics return.
It was right after you left.
What confronted him was a very grotesque scene. An individual who had had his head beat in, who had vomited, and who had had a knife stuck on the side of his neck.
With her husband lying in a pool of blood, Wendy insists she's the victim.
We were fighting. He found out about my affair. He had a knife. He was threatening me.
Wendy's defense was, yes, I killed him, but no, I did not mean to kill him. It was simply self-defense.
I'm sorry, man. He's gone. Thought he was still breathing. He's gone.
No one believes Wendy's story, but no one can understand why she murders either. Her husband would have died within weeks.
This is one of the most baffling cases I've ever looked at. The incredible brutality she exhibited toward her husband as he was dying of cancer, poisoning and then stabbing. No heart, no empathy. I can understand why she's on death row.
December 23rd, 2004. Wendy Andriano is convicted of first-degree murder. and sentenced to death. She is currently on death row in Perryville Prison, Arizona.
If I could ask Wendy one question, it would be, why? Why didn't you wait?
When these deadly women snapped, they left a trail of death. Amber Cummings shot her brutal husband to protect her daughter. Kate Webster killed and cooked her employer out of anger and greed. And Wendy Andriano bludgeoned her frail and ill husband because he took too long to die. These deadly women were prepared to kill when they reached their breaking point. For some women, family isn't everything.
It takes motivation. It takes some planning. But most of all, it takes a lack of feeling.
Blood ties mean nothing.
She's just in the grip of this compulsive need to administer death.
Age is no barrier.
Wasn't there some option? Wasn't there some alternative to killing your own children?
Nor is love.
The people that she killed
A little bit more.
were people that were close to her.
These deadly women dispose of those closest to them, quietly killing with hearts of stone. New York City in the 1860s. Home to police officer Edward Struck, his wife Lydia, and their 6 children.
Struck was somebody who obviously was struggling to support this large brood.
What are you reading?
They manage the best they can until a public scandal takes away their livelihood.
Edward, dear. You're home.
I am.
You said you had something to talk to me about.
I have. It's not good news.
What is it?
I have lost my employment.
Struck's career as a police officer came to a very abrupt end.
Edward, how did this happen?
I don't know. They say it was an impropriety.
An impropriety? What does
He was accused of cowardice, and he was fired from the force.
God. Well, Edward, what's going to happen to us?
I don't know.
The shame is too much for Edward.
How are we going to eat?
He plunged into a depression and became increasingly really a kind of housebound invalid.
Who is going to feed us?
He started to become a heavy burden on the family.
A burden his wife Lydia does not wish to carry. She has a plan. A way Edward can help ease the load. His life insurance policy.
When Lydia, as a young adult, faced adversity,
Her solution was to kill him.
Edward's tea will have an extra ingredient today: arsenic. Easily obtained in the 1860s.
Lydia had no trouble at all just going to the local druggist and getting very, very, very large amount of arsenic.
Here's some tea.
This toxic drug is also simple to administer. But it is by no means a gentle death.
They look like they're in distress, and they are. The inner part of the stomach starts to slough away. And there is great irritation. There's bleeding. Then they get diarrhea. And then they start to get convulsions following that.
Edward Struck probably suffered more than Jack the Ripper's victims. Jack the Ripper murdered his victims very, very swiftly.
No one suspects foul play from a wife and mother.
This would have been a good way to cause a death, and to cause it unsuspectingly, because it could mimic consumption.
One death is not enough for Lydia. Now, she has a hunger for more than money.
I think Lydia had developed a taste for murder.
And those closest to her are the most in danger. Children rely on their mother for nourishment. But tonight, Lydia is serving death. Lethal doses of arsenic.
Poisoning is a common method of homicide that we see women involved in. They can be close to the person, feed them food, or get them a drink as if they care about them, when in fact they've just put a nail in their coffin.
Lydia starts with the most vulnerable.
Please check my baby first.
Certainly. Let me take a look.
Her taste for murder has developed into an unhealthy appetite.
Sorry.
She enjoyed wielding the power of life or death over another person.
Would you check my son?
How long has he been sick?
2, 3 hours. He's very pale.
He certainly is very pale.
Even if that other person was her own innocent children.
Once Lydia starts killing, she can't stop.
She's become addicted to murder.
Her own children. It would have been easier, and certainly more moral, for her to simply give them up to an orphanage.
All of it? Drink all of it for me. That's it.
In Victorian times, it's believed the gentler sex is incapable of serial murders.
You're seeing somebody who is driven, by extremely deep and deranged and perverted sadistic impulses.
Lydia Sherman changes perceptions forever.
We don't know exactly what made Lydia tick. What we do know is that by the time she was a young adult, a young mother,
very good for your cough,
she was a sociopath.
In less than 2 years, Lydia Sherman's entire family is dead without anyone suspecting murder.
One would think that would have been enough. She was free of her family. She was free to do anything she wanted now. But she chose to marry again.
New York City in 1871. The merry widow, Lydia Sherman, marries again. Wealthy Connecticut farmer Dennis Hurlburt has no idea he's in love with a serial killer.
Male serial murderers tend to prey on strangers, whereas female serial murderers tend to prey on acquaintances and loved ones and family members, people they have some sort of intimate relationship with.
The happiness she displayed outwardly to the world about her new husband was completely false.
Just months into the marriage, Dennis is dead.
She married him for his money and planned to kill him all along.
Lydia inherits his substantial wealth. She has money and freedom, but it is not enough.
With serial murders, of course, is once they commit one murder, they sometimes develop this taste for it.
She is now addicted to killing.
Every time she got away with it, it bought her next murder.
Lydia has no trouble finding new victims. Next is widower Horatio Sherman.
Mrs. Holden, Horatio Sherman is my name.
Hello, Mr. Sherman.
She enters his home as nanny to his 2 young children.
Informed me that you make a mighty fine housekeeper.
One of the most frightening aspects of these psychopathic killers is the extent to which they can simulate
We'd be honored.
normal human reactions and behavior.
Horatio soon falls for Lydia's charm.
She then married her final husband, and the one who, gave her the name by which she is best known, Lydia Sherman.
But Lydia is not happy sharing the home with Horatio's children. She resorts to old, bad habits. First, she kills little Frankie, then Ada.
For Lydia, killing took on a nature of its own. It became a method whereby she dealt with problems.
Horatio, to the class. Pull yourself together. Turn away. Turn away.
Her solution wasn't to leave herself. It wasn't to talk things out. It was to kill them.
her heartbroken husband turns to alcohol.
I'm so sorry.
Just leave me be. Please, go now.
It is a fatal mistake.
There's no indication that Sherman ever felt any sort of twinge of guilt or remorse.
Sorry. We'll be soon. I'll leave you alone.
That actually is one of the defining characteristics of a psychopathic personality, is a complete absence of a conscience.
But this is the last time Lydia will enjoy the pleasure of killing. The family doctor orders an autopsy. Massive doses of arsenic are discovered. In 1872, Lydia is arrested and convicted of her husband's murder. The next year, she confesses to killing 3 husbands and 7 children. Lydia Sherman is sentenced to life in prison. The nation is stunned.
She was very, very notorious. There were ballads written about her. There were nursery rhymes sung about her. They made Lydia Sherman really into a kind of huge criminal celebrity.
The Queen of Poison introduces the world to the horrific concept of the female serial killer.
Thank goodness Lydia was caught and taken away from society, because I don't believe she ever would have stopped poisoning people. It was in her blood, so to speak. She liked it. She knew it was wrong. She did it anyway. And there's an endless supply of potential victims.
The birth of a baby is a happy occasion.
Everything seemed to be perfectly normal.
But this joyous event is marred by a strange tension.
There was something amiss in her makeup.
This new mother has prayed for a boy because in her mind, girls are not wanted.
The way she saw it, that child's presence was ruining her marriage.
The town of Brighton, Illinois, 1981. Young Paula Sims sets up house with her new husband, Rob. They seem like an average working-class couple.
A factory worker and his wife trying to get a piece of the American dream, buying a house, having a family, and it all sounded perfectly normal.
5 years later, there is a problem. It should be a happy occasion. The birth of their daughter, Lorelei. But Robert senses something wrong.
Paula was heard early after the delivery of Lorelei, in essence, apologizing to Robert.
Way to go.
I'm sorry.
Paula has her heart set on a boy.
But we wanted a boy.
You gotta go.
there's no joy for this first-time mom.
She had a girl instead of a boy. This caused Paula to have serious postpartum depression, accompanied by high anxiety. This is a clinical chemical imbalance that comes over them. Women that are clinically depressed, postpartum depression, should not be taking care of their babies alone.
Paula has a plan to regain her happiness. A plan that requires a heart of stone.
Even though Paula loved her baby girl, she saw only one answer to her problem. And it was to eliminate the source of the pain.
Tonight in the Sims house, bath time is going to be different. No girls allowed. In 1981, young mother Paula Sims is suffering postpartum depression. She can't cope and has an unthinkable solution.
Paula let her baby drown in the bathtub. She said that she thought about going back and stopping it, but then another part of it would say, no, this has to happen. She was apparently very, very conflicted about killing this child. Nevertheless, she did it.
Paula takes her daughter's body out of the house and thinks up an alibi.
Paula Sims claimed that someone had come in to her house. She was asleep downstairs. The child was in a crib. The person came down the steps, grabbed the child, ran up the steps, and ran down the driveway and disappeared.
Illinois police criminal investigator Jim Bivens is on the scene within hours of the reported abduction.
She was remorseful, but it didn't look like, to me, a sincere, honest remorse, especially when a child's abducted from you.
But what's the motive for abducting a tiny baby?
No calls about a ransom or you did this to me, any revenge type involved in it. It got to the point with just the way things were, we figured we'd better start searching right at the house.
It didn't take long. Just 100 yards from the house, they find the tiny remains of baby Lorelei. With no witnesses, no evidence, no arrest is made.
Shortly after the body was found, the Simses left the house and never returned, except to move their belongings after they sold the house.
The Sims move to the city of Alton and start again. They soon have another child, a boy. Paula has what she wants.
I'm pregnant.
But then, another surprise pregnancy.
I thought you'd be happy.
They had agreed not to have any more children. And it's a girl. By the spring of 1989, the pressure of coping with 2 young children is too much for unstable Paula.
She was probably suffering from postpartum depression, and she was medicating herself with a lot of marijuana and alcohol. And nothing really worked, except to get rid of the little baby girl.
Tonight, there will be no bedtime stories in the Sims home.
It takes about 2 minutes to suffocate an infant that way. 2 minutes is a very long time to hold your hand across your daughter's mouth. That's just a horrible thing. Wasn't there some option? Wasn't there some alternative to killing your own children?
But for Paula, there is only one solution. And only one crazy alibi.
Couldn't believe it, especially when they told me the scenario as to how it allegedly went down, and it was almost identical.
Paula? Paula!
Again, Paula blames an intruder.
The only difference that I remember, in Alton, she supposedly got hit in the head.
Where are the kids?
Kitchen.
This time, she claims a blow to the head knocks her out before her baby is abducted.
Where's Heather?
In our bassinet.
No, she's not.
There was a lot of skepticism in the beginning. We tried to treat the case as much as a kidnapping as possible, but we never discounted the fact that the first case remained open.
4 days later, on the other side of Alton, Heather's body is found. There's something very strange about it.
The body was found to be in near perfect condition, no signs of decomposition, almost as if she had just died.
A medical examination soon discovers why.
The body had been frozen over some extended period.
Paula has failed to fool police that her baby has been held captive for days. And an everyday trash bag will be her downfall.
That trash bag that we recovered her body in turned out to be a key piece of evidence for us in terms of forensics. The FBI were able to match the perforations and the striations that run through the bag from the mill and matched up those bags with a roll of curbside brand trash bags that was inside of Robert and Paula's home.
Faced with all the evidence, Paula Sims finally confesses to murdering both her daughters. In 1990, she is sentenced to life in prison, without parole.
No one can ever understand why a mother would kill one of their children, let alone two.
Paula is not dangerous to the general population walking around, living their lives. Paula was only dangerous to her girl children.
Lumberton, North Carolina, 1970. A common household tragedy.
Thomas had been smoking in bed and started the fire by himself.
He burns to death in his own bed.
Everyone felt so badly for poor Velma. Her husband burned up in this fire.
38-year-old widow, Velma Burke, slowly recovers from her loss. But 3 years later, tragedy strikes her new partner.
Nobody understood what was wrong with him. He already did have health problems. His lungs were shot. He was diabetic. When he died, again, Velma was a sympathetic widow.
Is Velma cursed? Everyone thinks so. Indeed, Velma has known suffering since she was young.
Velma had a dreadful childhood. Her father was an alcoholic. He was abusive. There was so much wrong. You knew she was going to come out of that childhood as damaged goods.
Like many abused children, Velma tries to mask the pain with drugs.
Velma started using prescription drugs and abusing prescription drugs.
She's soon an addict, and doctor shops to get prescriptions.
Velma had a lot of emotional problems and wasn't getting the psychiatric help that she needed.
Without professional help, her addiction gets worse. And Velma becomes desperate for money.
Eventually, Velma got into the same problem many addicts do. She needed to steal to get money to pay for her habit.
Velma! Velma! Yes, Mom? There's a check missing out of my checkbook.
I think you've probably just forgotten and you've
She starts stealing from her mother.
No, Velma.
Velma was addicted to drugs.
Mama, I'm sure you did.
Drugs that would cause her to have wild mood swings. And Velma was a thief.
I'm going to the bank about it.
I really don't think that's necessary, do you?
It was a very, very dangerous combination.
Velma is a desperate addict who has developed a unique coping mechanism: murder.
I should take over the care of my mother now.
She needed money. She didn't want to get caught. She needed the money to medicate because of the pain that she had.
I bought you some soup. I can't eat. I'll make you better in no time.
The whole thing became a vicious cycle for her.
You always say homemade is best.
The weapon of choice is arsenic.
Come on. Come on home. That's it. Okay. Take it slow. Just a little sip.
Poisoning became a way of trying to deal with a problem that she didn't know how else to deal with.
All right. You have a little rest and we'll try again later, huh?
With arsenic, it's very simple to drag the process out. You just give them not quite enough until it all accumulates in your system and they get sicker and sicker and die.
No one suspects Velma.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Because arsenic symptoms mimic normal ailments of the elderly. Velma doesn't get caught for murder, but she does for check fraud. After a short jail term in 1975, she's free to start again.
Montgomery, I have some lovely warm soup for you.
She got a job caring for an elderly man. And his wife was a bit younger than he was, but she had her health problems too.
But Velma also restarts her drug habit. She needs money.
It is an honor and a privilege.
And she's living with easy targets.
Reassuring, thank you.
Anyone around her that made her angry or frustrated or threatened her existence, her freedom, of revealing that she was a thief, was in danger of Velma's wrath.
There you go.
Within a year, Montgomery Edwards is dead. One month later, Dolly also dies.
Murder became a maladaptive behavior for Velma. But it worked. And every time she did it, she got away with it for years.
Velma's circle of death is far from over. In the 1970s, in Lumberton, North Carolina, the people close to Velma Barfield keep turning up dead. Unsuspecting family believe Velma is cursed. But in truth, she's addicted to prescription drugs, and to buy them, she kills. In 1977, Velma meets Stuart Taylor.
He was, by all accounts, a nice young man. They had a good relationship initially. It wasn't long before Velma moved in with Stuart and they were living together.
Stuart has no idea who the real Velma is. When he finds a letter from a prison inmate to his girlfriend,
Honey, what you do?
he's shocked.
Honey, you never told me about this.
What?
You never told me you were in prison.
What are you doing with
What do you mean, what am I doing? Why are you keeping secrets from me?
This is my...
You can tell me these things. Why are you holding back?
I don't want
He was outraged. She did not tell him about her imprisonment.
I'm gonna tell everybody about you and your secrets.
What are you talking about? Don't you dare!
He threatened to expose her, as it were, to other people.
I'm out of here.
Wait! You get back here! What are you talking about? This is your...
I don't trust you anymore. I'm out of here.
You! Get out!
That was a triggering event for the sort of flood of Velma's life history crashing down on her.
When Velma is stressed, her prescription drugs are not enough. She needs to end the source of her pain.
She was frightened, and she fell back into her old habits. Rather than leave, she did what she'd always done when she got into a jam or frustrated. She murdered.
But this is one stress release too many. This time, family don't pity Velma. They accuse her. An autopsy of her fourth victim confirms suspicions.
They found the effects of arsenic in his internal organs, and they knew how he had died. That was the beginning of the end for Velma Barfield.
Faced with a watertight murder charge and the prospect of more to come, an interesting thing happens. Velma Barfield confesses to not 4 murders, but 6. Her first husband, Thomas Burke, didn't leave his cigarette burning. Velma set him on fire. And her frail second husband, another poison victim. The surprises don't stop there. Sentenced to death, Velma is locked away from the prescription drugs that fueled her killing. She becomes the angel of death row.
The people in the prison found that she was a really good counselor for disturbed young women. And they would often put the most disturbed young women in cells next to Velma, knowing that she would soothe them.
Could Velma ever make up for the 6 lives she took? Only she knows. On November 2nd, 1984, Velma Barfield is executed by lethal injection.
She could have become a teacher, a counselor, a pastor. She could have spent her life doing good works instead of hurting people.
These deadly women murdered those closest to them. Lydia Sherman disposed of 10 of her family, including her own children. Paula Sims quietly murdered her unwanted baby girls. And for Velma Barfield, killing became a way to relieve stress. All 3 killed loved ones with careful planning and hearts of stone. When a woman wants money more than love.
This was a man living in fear that knew his life was short.
Sacred vows can be broken.
Why does she have to be with us all the time?
These are two very sadistic, heartless women.
And lives shattered.
If he was conscious at all, it would have been terrifying.
For these deadly women, seduction is a means to an end. They love to death. In her Gaithersburg home in Maryland, Josephine Gray conjures up her latest spell.
She believed she had special powers. And she made other people believe it as well.
Josephine's a voodoo queen. Her world is dominated by black magic.
Josephine Gray had a strong enough and manipulative enough personality to control a lot of people and to control them with fear.
In 1974, her first husband, Norman Stribling, fears her power.
He found voodoo passages indicating that she was going to bring harm to him. He saw his name written down with all kinds of ingredients for cooking up voodoo concoctions to kill him.
But Josephine's real power isn't magic. It's lead.
For all the voodoo magic that Josephine practiced, she ultimately resorted to a simple gun.
One night he woke up, sat up in his bed, and there she was sitting up with a gun pointed right at his head. This was a man living in fear that knew his life was short.
Norman's worst fears soon come true.
He was found along a road in the early morning hours, and he was shot in the head. Clear homicide.
Ooh, we can pay down cash on that condo. Love it.
Norman's murder gives Josephine a handsome life insurance payout.
Sure did.
Enough for a new beginning with her secret lover, Robert Gray.
Josephine liked to control men. The pattern shows that when men were no longer enamored with her, she would move on. The original investigation back then clearly pointed to Josephine Gray. Whether she actually pulled the trigger, I don't know, but I think she was there.
Josephine isn't charged. No one is. There's not enough evidence, and potential witnesses won't help the police.
The witnesses were definitely afraid of her. Some of the family members believed in voodoo and her voodoo power. They were afraid of her and of retribution by her.
Robert and Josephine stayed together for 16 years. But then, as before, she takes a new lover, Clarence Good.
Josephine! Hey! Get out! Get out or I'm gonna shoot you!
They were having an affair, they were sleeping together.
And once again, she uses the new to get rid of the old.
It seems that Josephine couldn't kill a husband without the help of a current lover. Then that lover would become her next husband.
Robert was driving down the road. They pulled up alongside of him, and Clarence was like hiding in the seat. And then when he pulled up, he pointed a gun at Robert, and Robert, you know, slammed on the brakes and turned the car around and, you know, to get away from them.
The threat is taken seriously. And this family is on edge. Even Josephine's own son fears Robert's life is in danger.
I think my mother's gonna kill my stepfather, Robert Gray. It's gonna be hard for you.
He goes to the police.
It was bizarre. He said that, I think my mother is gonna kill my stepfather. We really think by her behavior, she's getting ready to kill him.
Well, why doesn't your stepfather come in and talk to us about it?
Robert was nervous because there was an allegation that he was involved in the death of her first husband.
Detective Joe Mudano convinces Robert to talk to him.
Mudano.
I want to come and talk to you guys.
When I spoke to him, he, to me, appeared to be a nervous wreck.
Scared of her. Okay, fair enough.
But the police investigation will be too late.
He knew it was coming. It looks like he was ambushed. They came home after work, and somebody was hiding in one of the bedrooms and just shot him with a .45 caliber gun.
2 of Josephine's husbands are murdered in cold blood. But the police still don't have enough evidence to build a case.
I felt, you know, bad about this. She was the obvious suspect. I do my job because I don't like people that kill other people, hurt other people. My job is to make the streets safe for people.
This voodoo queen is far from finished with love or death.
Now, whatever made those men feel safe with Josephine is beyond me. No one was safe when Josephine was around. No one.
In Gaithersburg, Maryland, Josephine Gray's husbands have a habit of turning up dead. And with each death, Josephine gets an insurance payout.
Josephine Gray is one of the more fascinating women murderers I've ever studied. She was clever, attractive, she was manipulative. She was successful at doing what she did best, which was murdering husbands.
Many in her family believe she is the killer. But Josephine keeps them silent with the threat of black magic, voodoo.
They were afraid of her. They thought she had, you know, powers.
With no witnesses and little evidence, murder charges won't stick.
It just kind of eats at you that you know this woman did this. It's obvious. Everyone in her family knew she did it. We knew she did it.
Detective Mudano, determined to break the case, appeals to the next potential victim, Josephine's latest lover, Clarence.
What makes you think you're so special?
We talked to Clarence and said, look at the first 2 husbands. When the relationships went sour or she met somebody else, look at their fate. What makes you think that you're so special. And he didn't want to hear any of that.
6 years later, in 1996,
Yeah, that's Clark.
the prediction comes true.
It seems that every man that got involved with Josephine ended up on the wrong side of a gun.
Her third partner and a third insurance payout.
It isn't right, you know, that these three guys are dead. They knew they were going to get it and told everyone they were going to get it, and we can't do anything about it.
Frustrated, but not defeated, Detective Mudano has an idea. If state authorities can't do anything, maybe federal authorities can.
It's not typical for the United States to get involved in state murder prosecutions. And the trick was figuring out what federal crime had been committed, as there's not a general federal murder statute.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Sandra Wilkinson makes an incredible discovery. The key to catching Josephine is not murder, but fraud.
I began looking at the reason why she murdered Norman, why she would have murdered Robert, and why she murdered Clarence. And the first place I looked was to determine if there were insurance policies on their lives, and there was.
This is good.
Now a fraud prosecution will become a de facto murder trial.
We had to prove a fraud theory under something called the Slayer's Rule.
The Slayer's Rule is a law that makes it illegal to receive an insurance payout if you cause the claim.
For example, if you burned down your car and then submitted an application to get your car insurance because your car was burned down and you did the arson, you can't get paid for that.
If they can prove Josephine kills her husbands and lover to claim their life insurance, she can be convicted.
Okay, Andre, we believe that Josephine killed her first two husbands.
To help build the case, Detective Mudano works on Josephine's latest lover, Andre.
Well, she told me she did.
He finally admitted to us that she told him that she had killed her other husbands. He also admitted that he had seen her with this .45 caliber gun.
Were you also aware that she took out a life insurance policy on you?
We also told him, did you know that she was trying to take a life insurance policy out on you, which he had no idea.
Police convince Andre to testify at the fraud trial. And that, along with Josephine's history, creates a convincing case.
The jury was instructed, you cannot convict her of fraud if she did not commit these murders. No murder, no fraud.
In a state trial, only one murder case could be tried at a time. But the federal fraud case allows all three to be presented.
You can imagine if you're a juror, the opening, you hear one husband is killed, that's bad luck, that's unfortunate. Second husband is murdered, that's kind of, you raise your eyebrows. Third?
In 2002, the jury finds Josephine Gray guilty of all 8 counts of fraud.
There was a way to prosecute Josephine Gray, even if there wasn't a federal murder statute.
The 55-year-old is sentenced to a total of 40 years behind bars and no chance of parole.
I think Josephine Gray is an evil person. To be able to kill people, people that you loved, people that you had children with, people that you lived with. If that's not evil, I don't know what's evil.
30 years after her first husband's murder, Josephine Gray finally gets her punishment.
Josephine probably thought she would never get caught had it not been for the tenacious behavior of the detective working this case. She might still be out there killing men today.
I was perfectly satisfied, but it just meant that she was gonna probably die in prison.
When two women fall,
they refer to women like this as femme fatales.
For each other and money.
The self-indulgence, that's what life is about for them.
Husbands can get in the way.
It must have been agony. That's all I can imagine.
February 5th, 2002. In a vineyard 40 miles south of Sacramento, California, a gruesome find.
The farm laborer happened to see vultures flying overhead. So he just went to see what the vultures were flying over.
It's the body of a hotshot attorney.
Well-to-do attorneys are not buried in vineyards.
Las Vegas, 1995.
Hi, I'm Larry McNabney. Call me.
Colorful, self-promoting attorney Larry McNabney is well known in the casino city.
All right, one more time.
He had a yellow page ad and television commercials.
Howdy.
These advertisements brought in many clients.
How was that?
He was extremely successful financially.
Hi. Larry McNabney.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
With his law practice booming, he's hiring more staff.
That's good because we get a lot of
29-year-old Alisa Barish is quick to impress.
pretty well, yeah.
Well, I'm a hard worker, and I don't mind working overtime.
Alisa had a gift, and it was the ability to figure people out very quickly. She was especially skilled at this when it came to men.
When can you start?
Whenever suits you, Larry.
Larry falls for her charm, and he's not the first.
Tomorrow.
Can I call you Larry?
Thank
you.
Alisa is a highly successful con artist.
Who was Alisa McNabney? Does anybody know? She was a woman who ultimately wound up going by about 30 different aliases and left a trail of men in her wake.
Alisa is soon hard at work, stealing clients' insurance payouts.
Without question, a major crime, a felony. She was compelled to offend society and society's rules. Why? Because she liked to.
But it is Larry in the hot seat.
Yeah, guys, look, give me a little bit of time.
With tens of thousands missing,
Sorry, but even if I
authorities investigate him.
give me a bit of time, yeah.
Larry got in trouble with the state bar, and he was fined and penalized, and it was all Alisa's doing, but he covered for her.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks, guys.
He should have put her in prison, but instead he was somehow attracted to this.
Larry not only forgives Alisa, he marries her. Once again, the con woman's charm works.
Did she love Larry? I think she loved his lifestyle. She loved being the center of attention.
To escape the fraud scandal, the couple moves to Sacramento, California.
Hi.
Larry opens a new law practice.
How are you fitting in?
and incredibly, again puts Alisa in charge of the accounts.
Nice. So, you like shopping?
Alisa takes a shine to their office assistant,
I love shopping.
Sarah Dutra.
When Alisa and Sarah met, the sparks were flying.
I'd love to.
Don't you two have any work to do?
We're just about to pop out for a bite to eat and a little bit of shopping.
They immediately cared for each other a lot. I think Sarah became Alisa's protege. It was someone Alisa could mold and play with.
Bye-bye. That looks amazing. Oh, it's gorgeous. You look gorgeous.
And for Sarah, she had in front of her this great teacher.
Hello.
Soon the master and her apprentice are robbing Larry blind.
They cashed clients' checks rather than giving it to the clients who were entitled to a settlement check.
And they become lovers.
You making lots of money for us? Lots and lots, honey.
They were, during this period, draining Larry's accounts dry to the tune of over $500,000.
Hey, I got 7 for you.
Larry has no idea money is being stolen.
Join me. Thank you.
He's more concerned about the other woman in his marriage.
Larry wasn't happy with the relationship between Alisa and Sarah. He didn't like this anymore. His wife was changing, his life was changing.
But the women aren't prepared to let Larry ruin a good thing.
They saw him as getting in the way, and the only way they can continue their lifestyle was to take him out of it.
Larry McNabney's law firm is being bled dry by his wife, Alisa, and her lover, Sarah Dutra.
Expensive restaurants, expensive clothes, expensive cars. That's the lifestyle they've come to be accustomed to.
Larry doesn't suspect the theft, but is tired of being the third person in his marriage.
Larry wasn't happy with the relationship between Alisa and Sarah.
But the women are one step ahead. They have a chilling plan to get rid of him.
Sarah Dutra looked on the computer,
Well, well. That is interesting.
looked up the effects of certain horse tranquilizers on human beings.
On Tuesday. All right.
Alisa's a seasoned con woman, but she's never gone this far.
The idea of giving someone horse tranquilizer still boggles my mind. I can't imagine that. Why would you do that?
September 10th, 2001. For one last time, Alisa deceives her husband.
Without question, Alisa was a heartless sociopath. She used and abused people.
I've made this for you.
Okay. Thanks.
For hours, the women feed Larry more and more of the paralyzing drug.
That should do it.
Okay.
This horse tranquilizer prevents you from moving. It's almost like going in for elective surgery and having the doctor operate on you, and you can feel everything, but you can't stop it. And this went on for 12 to 18 hours.
You're not gonna get away with this.
Oh, yes, we will.
Larry is still alive as the women drive him to his final resting place.
Can't even fathom what that would be like when you know that you're going to die. You're still mentally enough there to realize what's happening, but physically just totally incapable of responding to it.
I cannot imagine a worse way to die than the way Larry McNabney died.
Ugh, it's hard work.
Wait here. He liked wine, didn't he?
Eventually, Larry succumbs and is buried in a shallow grave in a local vineyard.
Yeah, that should do it.
Larry was killed because he got in the way. That's why. He was getting in the way of the relationship between Sarah and Alisa.
Now, for these calculating killers,
Hello?
it's back to business.
I'm sorry, Larry isn't in the office today. Yes, I've got it right here.
Alisa McNabney and Sarah Dutra are telling people, well, he joined a cult. He's in Costa Rica. He joined the Krishnas in Washington. He's off at a rehabilitation center for alcoholics.
Sarah and Alisa were a toxic mixture. They continued to spend his money and to use his business to make more money for them to spend.
5 months after Larry goes missing, his body is found.
They did not dig the grave very deep because his bone from his leg ended up coming out of the earth. And eventually a farm worker noticed it.
Investigators began digging into the family, and they realized Alisa McNabney was not who she'd said she was.
Alisa's dodgy past and her multiple aliases set off alarm bells. Sarah is arrested, but Alisa has dumped her and is on the run.
The FBI and multiple law enforcement agencies, they began tracking her through Utah. They found traces of her in Oklahoma City and finally caught up to her in Florida.
Almost 6 months after the murder, Alisa McNabney is arrested.
Ma'am, you need to...
Still enjoying the good life at a Florida resort.
I would not have expected a woman like Alisa to give up so easily. Maybe she was tired of running.
Sarah is already in custody. In March 2002, she's found guilty of voluntary manslaughter and accessory to murder. She is sentenced to 11 years in prison and is eligible for release in October 2011.
Sarah Dutra was equally guilty, and she should have been convicted of murder.
Alisa McNabney never stands trial. In a Florida prison, the 35-year-old commits suicide on Easter 2002.
The party was over. I think for Alisa, taking her own life on her terms was her last defiant act.
They both had their strengths, they both had their weaknesses, but they were both very cold.
These are two very sadistic, heartless women.
An eccentric millionaire is found dead in his home.
Bound, gagged, tied up with dog leashes.
The scene reeks of hard drugs and bondage.
He enjoyed being tied up and having kinky sex.
But this is no kinky sex game gone wrong. It's a cold-blooded, half-baked murder. Melbourne, Australia, 2000. Two seemingly mismatched people take a shine to each other. 33-year-old Shirley Withers is a bookkeeper. Not the type you'd expect to attract a playboy.
She was not tall, glamorous, the sort of person that you'd imagine a millionaire to take up with.
51-year-old divorcee, Peter Shellard, is a multi-millionaire property developer and luxury car dealer.
Peter Shellard basically was a self-made man. He was a member of the Rolls-Royce Club, and he had a lot of associates and friends there. Moved in a lot of circles.
Shirley is about to get a new, luxurious lifestyle. And all her dreams will be bankrolled. Peter Shellard's deep pockets allow him to indulge his new girlfriend.
Really? Do you like it? I love it.
When Peter met Shirley, he was apparently smitten. And one of the things he was willing to do was finance a boutique.
An upscale boutique in the upscale Melbourne suburb of Brighton.
You know, if you want to have a boutique in Melbourne, Brighton's the place to have it, especially when the investment is someone else's.
Peter was named as a shareholder in that business. Basically, he was a figurehead to the business, and it was Shirley that was running that business.
Seriously, Peter, tell me where we're going. Just trust me, 2 steps up, got another one.
The big-ticket investment in Shirley continues.
Surprise!
What?
The house, I bought it for you.
Oh, what, really?
Yeah. Yeah, look, here's the keys.
Did you really buy this for me?
Yeah,
It's not a love nest for the two of them because Peter wants to live separately.
It was an unusual relationship. She lived in a house that he had bought her or paid for, and then he lived in his own mansion doing his own things.
How's it going, sweetheart?
Hi.
In a final display of blind faith and bad judgment, Peter puts Shirley in charge of the books at his car dealership.
One of her jobs was to balance the books. She had access to the books of some of his more lucrative businesses, but she misused the trust he put in her, and eventually something went very, very wrong.
What goes wrong first is the boutique.
If she wanted stock, she would just order more, despite not having paid for the last bit of stock. The bills were mounting up.
The business is bleeding. Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
There was never enough money for anything. Goodness only knows where the money actually went.
Shirley succumbs to the lure of easy money.
And as a consequence of being such a bad businesswoman, Shirley, who was still doing the books for Peter, was writing cheques to herself on his bank accounts.
We estimate that she received about $900,000 in cash from that bank in her hand.
Stealing that much money doesn't go unnoticed for very long. Peter doesn't call in the police, but his accountant.
His accountant was very clear and said, look, you know, if you pursue this, Shirley Withers will be charged by the police. Peter Shellard said he was prepared to do that. He was going to go back and confront Shirley Withers about these monies.
Shirley, you've been cashing my checks, haven't you?
No,
What about the cost of my credit card?
I don't know anything about that.
I'm talking to the bank, Shirley. There's a lot of money missing, and I bet I know where it's gone.
Shirley's gravy train looks like it's leaving without her.
And that was just not quite what Shirley had in mind.
It's early May in Melbourne, Australia, 2005. Shirley Withers is robbing Peter Shellard, her millionaire boyfriend, to pay for her debts.
Peter had been very good to Shirley. He gave her a lot of money to start a business. She stole his credit cards and his checking account.
And she's been caught.
It's quite a bizarre thing because at no stage did she seem worried about the police. She just thought she was going to lose her quite lucrative meal ticket and that he would take away her home, her boutique,
But Shirley's not going to let that happen. She befriends a couple, a world away from her high society life. Drug addict Stan Kolonikas and his girlfriend Sophie Stupas.
Shirley sought them out. She befriended them.
She gave them thousands of dollars worth of cash. She was wooing them, hoping to get a couple of allies in Sophie and Stan.
He ties me up and...
Shirley tells the couple tall tales about Peter. She claims he is into kinky sex.
Somebody should do those things to him.
And is abusing her.
Shirley admitted to her new friends that her super rich boyfriend would make her do things, that he would tie her up and force her to have sex in bondage positions. And Shirley didn't like it.
Yeah, no dramas. Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Whenever you want, we'll do it, yeah?
They latched onto her because she was a cash cow. She had a problem, and to keep their cash cow, they were just going to go along with what Shirley wanted.
Late Friday night, May 6th, 2005. The trio pays Peter a visit.
They wake Peter from a dead sleep. He, of course, fights back and he bites Sophia on the finger, and her reaction is to pick something up and hit him with it.
Peter Shellard had received a number of lacerations and cuts to the head, and that had caused a bleed to his brain. Further to that, he'd received a black eye, numerous injuries, defensive-type injuries to his forearms. He had other injuries where restraints had been placed on him.
Cousin! They dragged him onto the floor and they trussed him up like a pig. If he was conscious at all, it would have been terrifying.
Next, Shirley injects him with heroin to try and make it look like an overdose.
And gives a shot to poor Peter, who's still semi-conscious on the floor.
Then they give Peter another dangerous drug. This one is a suppository.
OxyContin is a very powerful synthetic narcotic pain reliever, and it is highly addicting.
It's a bad mix with heroin, especially for Peter, who has a weak heart.
Shirley knew all this about Peter. She knew that he had a heart condition.
Peter's left to die alone, while Shirley and her accomplices celebrate pulling off the perfect crime. It looks like Peter has died after a night of kinky sex and drugs gone wrong. Almost 12 hours later, Shirley calls the police.
Help me! Help!
She appeared genuinely upset about what she had found. We had no concerns about her behaviour. That's what we expected, someone who finds their partner dead in a room.
But if Peter has died from a rough sex game, who is his partner? Shirley denies it is her. And then in a fingerprint sweep, police find a potential suspect, a heroin addict with a criminal record.
That fingerprint came back as being one left by Sophia Stupas. So at this point, we believe that Sophia was involved in Peter Shellard's death. And because Sophia was, we believed that Stan would be there as well.
And so, of course, they came clean. We were there purely because Shirley asked us to help her teach this man a lesson.
The police believe the addict's story, but need more evidence. So they launch an audacious undercover sting operation with a fake hitman.
All right, well, I need photos of them, and I need their address.
I can get you the address.
Okay,
An undercover policeman contacts Shirley and offers his services.
Do we put him in hospital?
Shirley Withers told the undercover police officer that she wanted 2 people that she knew who had killed her partner, Peter.
I want them dead.
Okay.
She wanted them dead.
Money.
I got the money.
It's my belief that she wanted them dead so that no one else knew of her involvement in his death.
Shirley's arrested and charged with her boyfriend's murder and 2 counts of incitement to murder her accomplices. Stanley Kolonikas and Sophie Stupas plead guilty to manslaughter and receive 6 years in jail. In 2007, Shirley chooses to go to trial.
She was convicted for the murder of Peter Shellard and also she pleaded guilty to the 2 incitements. She received a sentence of 26 years jail.
In a subsequent appeal, Shirley convinces a judge that she didn't mean to kill Peter, only teach him a lesson.
For some bizarre reason, her charge was changed to manslaughter on the grounds that she would have had no way of knowing how much heroin it would be required to kill him.
As a result, she was convicted of manslaughter. She subsequently received a 13-year jail term with 9 years of good behaviour.
Shirley's greed destroys her chance of living on Easy Street. With a generous boyfriend willing to make her dreams come true.
Shirley Withers has shown no remorse at all for what happened to Peter Shellard.
She is eligible for parole in 2016.
She had larceny in her heart, and there's no pill for that.
These women's greed made murder easy. Only insurance fraud stopped Josephine Gray from her next victim. To stay rich, Sarah Dutra and Alisa McNabney dispatched her husband like an animal. And Shirley Withers balanced her accounts with murder. For these deadly women, money was their desire, as they loved to death. A mother's most basic instinct is to protect her flesh and blood.
Mothers are nurturing, they're protective.
They are supposed to keep them from harm.
This child would have been frightened out of his mind.
To put them before money.
$50,000 means more to a sociopath than their children.
Or men.
This was a woman who was out for revenge. She used those children to get back at the men that she was angry with.
These deadly women break that sacred bond when they kill their own. Summer 1996. The peaceful community of Rowlett near Dallas, Texas, is shattered by an unimaginable crime.
There was a lot of human carnage, lots of blood.
Two young brothers are viciously stabbed in the sanctuary of their own home.
I've dealt with some of the worst, and it's still hard for me to comprehend the mind that would lead to this kind of horrific crime.
It is a shocking home invasion that stuns Rowlett. The victims are a young, successful, law-abiding family. No one can fathom what the motive could be. By their mid-20s, teenage sweethearts, Darren and Darlie Routier, are leading enviable lives.
We're going to Cancun this weekend.
We are going to Cancun. It's going to be fantastic. And that's
To the world, she looks like she has everything. She has all the trappings of wealth. She appears to be happy.
Oh, in some gorgeous little resort.
It's not really a resort. It's a five-star
Well, only the best for me.
Oh, of course. You will.
Thanks to their profitable computer company, they are rich and enjoy flaunting it.
Thank you, baby. You're so good to me.
Oh, yeah. Did I forget to mention?
Darren is in awe of his wife and of her expensive, man-made enhancements.
It's worth every cent, let me tell you.
She was quite buxom, and Darren just loved that about her.
I'm pretty happy with him.
He would say, "Isn't Darlie beautiful?" And he would even mention her breasts to them.
It's great. You look so beautiful.
It smacks of me, look at me. It was overdone. And yet for her, it seemed okay.
But when the children come along, Darlie can no longer hog the limelight.
Damon was 5, Devin was 7. They loved to play, they had friends, they loved going outside. Great kids.
I'm busy.
The birth of their third son, Drake, makes Darlie a full-time, stay-at-home mom.
I don't really care what you've done.
And she resents it.
I'm busy. Can't you just play on your own?
Darren is the caring parent.
Darren was, I think, a very involved father. He really, truly loved those 2 boys.
Hello, my little Mr. Spider-Bite. Here, how you doing?
The more attention Darren gives the boys, the more resentful Darlie becomes.
Hey, Mom. What's the matter with you?
Well, you go and say hello to the boys first. What's the matter with you?
I think Darlie had a certain amount of jealousy that Darren paid more attention to the boys than he did to her.
I've been stuck here in this house all day with these boys screaming and whining at me.
Which, and baby, they're just playing.
I'm going to get some peace.
Baby, I was working today. What do you want me to do?
She always was trying to portray this happy face. I love being a mother. We have the perfect life. When just the opposite was true. There were a lot of problems behind the scenes with them.
And then her life gets worse.
Darling, honey, what's this?
I don't know. What is it?
It's something you bought. It's something we can't afford. You know.
The Routier's business is no longer booming.
You just keep spending money like it's water.
Well, you know I need nice things.
Their lavish lifestyle is slipping away.
There was just a lot of strain. The Jaguar was broken. He was having to take her car. She was left alone with the children at home. There was a lot of stress at that time.
I just long for the day when you had no obligations.
When Darlie looks for someone to blame for her predicament, she doesn't look far.
She had some postpartum depression after Drake, the youngest, was born.
Postpartum depression is a very, very real thing. And in her mind, which isn't right, the depression is being caused by the babies.
Darlie is trying to find a way out. She's trying to find her freedom. How can she achieve that?
In her mind, there is only one way.
Baby, I'm sorry about before.
Yeah, well, I'm just sick of not being able to spend our money.
You can't spend.
Darlie Routier's picture-perfect life is falling apart.
Get us out of debt, and then I'll be fine.
She and Darren are spending every dime that they're making out there. They're living, as they say, they're living large.
The glamorous mother of 3 is depressed, in debt,
I'm just gonna stay down here with the boys, okay?
and constantly arguing with her husband, Darren.
Her life was falling apart. And these stressors all came into play until they finally just exploded that evening.
"2 a.m., June 6th, 1996. Darlie is sleeping in the family room with her 2 eldest sons.
The 2 boys are laying on the carpet near her. They're probably fallen asleep at this point. It's late at night.
Darren is upstairs with baby Drake.
She actually gets a knife out of the kitchen. She approaches the boys. I believe that she killed Devin first.
She struck with such a severe force with a knife that the blade went through his body, through the carpet, the pad, and hit the concrete below.
Darlie then turns on 5-year-old Damon.
Damon was stabbed near Devin, but he then got up, struggled, and was moving toward, I believe, the staircase.
He crawled 15 feet towards the front door, where they believe that he was struck again.
This child would not have lost consciousness immediately and would not have died immediately. He would have seen the person who was stabbing him and, in all likelihood, would have been frightened out of his mind.
Darlie now tries to protect herself from suspicion.
Darlie went into the kitchen, she took that knife, and she slit her own throat.
Darlie was trying to create everybody's biggest fear, the big, bad boogeyman who comes and kills your children, or you, or both.
Darren! Darren!
Devin! Devin! Call 911!
That was one of the strangest 911 calls I've ever heard.
Someone just came into my house and stabbed me.
One of her children, Damon, is still breathing. He is still struggling for his life.
He dropped the knife and I picked it up.
And yet in that call, she makes no mention of him, but she starts to talk about possible forensic evidence, fingerprint evidence that may be found out there.
When people are calling information into the police, they tend to not reveal anything more on the phone than get over here as quickly as you can.
Come quickly!
Darlie talked too much.
The brutal and senseless murders shock the Rowlett community. So too does the bizarre performance Darlie stages for the media just 1 week after the murders.
One of the boys would have turned 7 the following week, and so she decided to have a birthday party at the cemetery where the boys were buried.
How could a mother, a week after the murders themselves, how could she be out there smiling, laughing, and shooting silly string?
She was dressed inappropriately, and yet, for her, that was okay. It makes it kind of easy to understand, perhaps, why she killed her children.
Investigating police officers are also having doubts about Darlie. David Neighbors is the commander of the crime scene unit.
Things just didn't add up. We were there for 13 days, and as we collected evidence, it wasn't matching her story.
Investigators soon conclude the home invasion is a staged event.
In all of my career as a prosecutor, I had never seen a burglar take the time to make a perfect T-cut in a screen such as this one.
Darlie claims she chased the intruder.
I'm told that Darlie has run through the kitchen barefoot. There's broken glass on the floor of that kitchen, and yet she has no cuts to the bottom of her feet.
The murder weapon is one of Routier's own knives.
The intruder supposedly left the knife behind, disarmed himself while he was being chased by one of his victims. I've never seen it done. I've never heard of that being done again.
Just as suspicious as the crime scene are Darlie's wounds.
She had what I would call superficial wounds compared to the other 2 victims because they had deep penetrating stab wounds to the chest, meant to kill.
Darlie Routier is arrested and charged with the murder of her 2 children. Darren refuses to believe she did it.
Her husband was there for her. He testified at trial, and he continued to support her throughout this.
Darlie is found guilty of 2 counts of capital murder. The jury sends her one last message when they hand down their verdict.
The jury had placed the pictures of those 2 boys in such a position that Darlie Routier had to sit there and look at the 2 boys' pictures as that verdict was announced.
Darlie lives on death row, awaiting her execution.
How can you wake up one day and kill both your kids? I don't know how you can do that, but some way she reasoned that she could.
Our society tends to think having children and raising children is it. But it isn't for everybody. And it wasn't for Darlie.
Let's go to bed.
Every child relies on their mother's love to keep them safe and warm.
She had not really very much feeling for them at all.
A parent always puts their children first.
Okay, come on, time to go to bed.
To do that to your children, I can't think of any reason for that.
Unless they're more valuable dead. Houston, Texas, in 1987. An all too common scene plays out.
Where the hell you been? You're out late.
Get lost. I don't
Young
care.
parents with 2 young children.
You care about me. What about your kid?
Struggling with life and each other.
Frances had no breaks in life. She didn't have a good education, and she became a mother when she was still a child herself.
Is there any money?
No, there's no money. Business is bad right now.
Frances Newton is 15 when she has her son, Alton, and a few years later, daughter, Farah. It's too much, too soon. Now she and husband Adrian fight constantly.
He was violent. She was violent. He sold drugs. She took drugs. What was ever for there to be happy about? What future was there?
Frances soon finds something to be happy about. A lover. Hoping he can bring the new life she wants.
Let's go away together. Somewhere nice.
Pretty soon, she moves in with him, leaving her children with her estranged husband. The couple is heading for a divorce. And Frances tells family she's scared of her husband, Adrian. She confides in her cousin.
Hey, girls. Hey, Frances. Hey. What's happening, girl? Oh, well, Adrian and I, we've been fighting a lot lately. I don't want there to be trouble. I don't want another fight.
She stayed there just a short period of time,
Thanks, girl.
and then she asked her cousin to go back to the apartment with her.
Can you come home with me? Sure, girl. All right. Bye, girl. Bye.
The children were at the apartment with her husband at the time.
On April 7th, 1987, the girls are in for a shock.
That's fine. And I'll fix you a drink or anything to eat.
Oh, look, water's fine. It's only a little wet at the moment, so.
Hi. Adrian! Frances! What happened to
Her husband was shot while he was asleep on the couch because his body was found on the couch lying face up, indicating that there had not been any struggle. The children were in a bedroom together. Both of the children were asleep and they both were shot.
It's a nightmare.
You're talking about a baby's clothing that was covered in blood. And the little boy's clothing was covered in blood. And it was just really something that was heartbreaking.
Has Frances's violent husband killed her children? And then himself? Or has an intruder wiped out her family? The truth is far stranger. In the spring of 1987, in Houston, Texas, 21-year-old Frances Newton and her cousin discover a shocking crime. Murder-suicide? Intruder? Or something else?
The cousin informed the police that Frances had been acting oddly. Before she went back to the apartment, she was telling them, you know, you just never know when you might not see a loved one again.
You know, you should never leave your family without letting them know you love them.
That's it, girl. You have to tell them.
Amen. I mean, you just never know when you might see the loved one again.
Frances does something else odd.
See, I saw her put this back.
The cousin saw Frances hide a bag in a house next door to the relative's house.
And there is something nobody knows. Frances has taken out life insurance on her family.
Hi. These are the insurance policies y'all sent out. They're all done.
She took one out for herself and one out for her daughter, who was less than 2 years old, and one out for her husband.
You got them all?
Yeah, that's Ferris and Adrian's as well.
Each policy was $50,000.
Oh, he signed it. He just can't come in today. He's working.
She forged her husband's name on the life insurance policy.
Well, thanks. I'll have a good look at this and I'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Goodbye.
The policies are Frances's secret for now. But the police have the stashed bag, and inside of it, a gun.
Ballistics testing showed that the bullet from each body was fired from the gun that Frances hid next door to the relative's house, the same gun that had been taken from her boyfriend's apartment.
It doesn't take long to piece together the real story. Frances visits her family to cash in some life insurance and waits until they take a noon nap.
She lacked education in every area of her life. And so $50,000 was like a treasure chest of gold coins. Like the pirates in the movies, it was everything.
With every shot, Frances thinks she's scoring another 50 grand.
She shot them very quickly in succession, one after the other.
She thought killing them would bring her the money she wanted, followed by the life she wanted.
As if no one would notice, Frances tries to claim the insurance payouts
Hello, please?
just 2 weeks after the murders.
A lot of people who do have insurance policies on their children
don't want to cash them in. Not Frances.
Yeah, I've been reading about this.
A company representative calls police.
Yeah, and I have this woman named Frances. Yes, Frances Newton. She came in.
Frances Newton's escape from the everyday pressures of a young family comes to an abrupt end.
There was just really overwhelming evidence because of the murder weapon, because of her hiding it belonging to her boyfriend, the insurance policies. I mean, you really could not get much stronger evidence than that.
Frances Newton is found guilty of capital murder and sentenced to death. She spends 19 years on death row and manages to keep her true crime secret from cellmates.
It was smart for Frances to keep her mouth shut and never admit that she killed her own children, or one of the other death row inmates might have killed her.
In the end, the state of Texas kills Frances by lethal injection in September 2005.
I think Frances was capable of further murders. If they crossed that line to kill their baby and their young child for really no reason other than money, if you cross that line, no telling what other lines you're capable of crossing.
When a woman turns on a man,
By far the most shocking case I've ever dealt with.
the consequences can be unpredictable.
She did the worst possible thing she could do.
Here's your host, Johnny.
San Marcos, California, 1997. It's another afternoon of alcohol and drugs for Susan Eubanks. She uses them to mask her pain, as she has from an early age.
Susan Eubanks got a rough start in life. It was an alcoholic family. There was physical abuse, emotional abuse, and according to Susan, there was also a lot of sexual abuse. And she married young, probably just to get out of the house.
But Susan has no luck in love. Her 2 marriages have failed. She now has 4 sons with 2 different fathers to raise on her own.
What are you doing home?
School's open, Mom.
Don't speak to me like that.
Most of the time, Susan relies on her oldest son, 14-year-old Brandon, to bring up his 3 brothers.
We see this in families that are chaotic. The oldest child takes on responsibility, parental responsibilities for taking care of the younger children.
In the fall of 1997, Susan has a new boyfriend, Renee. He moves in. Renee will soon realize having a relationship with Susan isn't easy.
She had to have a man in her life. She was unemployed, she needed income, and she needed someone to help her raise her 4 boys.
One Sunday, Susan wants to go out drinking.
The bar. You said we were going to the park. We need some alone time. Get over it.
She leaves her 4 young children and their cousin, who's visiting, home alone.
Susan believed the opposite of what most mothers believe. Susan thought her children were here
for her, not that she was here for them.
It's still early on in Susan and Renee's relationship. But Renee is not attentive enough for Susan. She's deeply insecure and jealous. She senses he has wandering eyes. Susan is not prepared to be disappointed again.
Her sister had talked to her, and she had indicated that she was very anti-male that day.
You over there whoring with another woman, and I'm right here? I'm just being friendly. It's like I can't trust you. Oh, you know, that's enough.
When Renee tells her he wants out, Susan loses it.
Yeah, well, let's see how full I am.
They left the bar and went home, and the fight continued.
You are not leaving me. You are not leaving me. I'll make everybody pay. You're not leaving me.
It was loud. It was physical.
Psycho! Done it. You're not leaving me.
Renee wanted out of the relationship, and Susan was not going to let that happen.
That is, you can't take this. You can't leave me.
To keep Renee from leaving, Susan makes an unimaginable threat.
I'll hurt myself. Stop making stupid threats, Susan. Yeah? I'll hurt the kids. I brought them into this world. I can take them out. Don't talk like that, okay?
Renee doesn't take her seriously and tries to calm this wild woman, the only way he knows how.
To placate her, he suggested that they fool around, and they did. When she was still in the bedroom, he found an opportunity to leave and called the police to ask them to help him remove his property from the residence because I guess he expected there would be a scene.
When the police arrive, Susan is out of control.
Lying bastard. You're all the same. You lying bastard. Get off my property!
The neighborhood commotion brings Renee an ally who lives nearby. Someone who knows Susan's rage. Her estranged husband, Eric Eubanks, the father of her 3 youngest sons.
Eric helped Renee and drove him off in his car.
Renee's rejection is bad enough, but now a perceived conspiracy between the 2 men sends Susan over the edge.
Susan was just whirling into total violence and deliberation and premeditation.
Susan plans her revenge.
Susan writes to the fathers of the children, "You left me. You left me. Now you prepare yourself to lose what you love the most."
It's not just Renee and Eric in her sights. It's also her first husband, John.
It was just basically the ultimate betrayal.
Innocent lives are about to be caught in the crossfire.
It was just pure evil.
Susan Eubanks is white hot with rage when her boyfriend walks out.
You're not hiding.
It fuels her anger towards all men. She has already 2 failed marriages and is left with 4 sons.
Eric Eubanks, her estranged husband, had received a page that said, "Say goodbye." He had a restraining order against him. So he called the police and asked them to go and check on the welfare of his children.
It's urgent. It's an emergency.
But it will be too late. Susan has begun her deadly retribution, starting with her oldest, her first husband's son, Brandon.
She would have had to kill him first because he could have easily overpowered her, and he would have done anything to protect his brothers.
Susan moves on to her second husband's 3 sons.
You stay there. Just stay put.
The 3 remaining children were probably terrified out of their mind.
Stay put.
Austin was on the top bunk. One hit him between the bridge of the nose and the eye. There were other bullets that went through the window. We think that he was probably dodging the bullets when his mother was pointing the gun at him.
You stay there.
Susan's 2 youngest are forced to watch their mother reload.
She only had a 5-shot. She has 2 more victims. She could have stopped.
Stay put.
But there was no stopping.
Brigham was shot once on the right side by the ear and then on the back of the head. There was a muzzle imprint, so she put the gun right up to his head. Little Matthew, the 4-year-old, was found at the foot of the bed, and his gunshot wound went through the top of the head. He must have been in a fetal position.
Susan murdered her sons in the same order that they came into her life.
Only 1 child is spared. Susan's visiting nephew.
The fact that Susan did not kill her nephew, I believe, proves what her motive was all along: to break the heart and destroy the life of the fathers of those children. She had no beef with the father of the little boy that survived.
Next, Susan turns the gun on herself. But she doesn't plan to die.
Susan shot herself in the stomach, then called 911.
Help!
What she claimed to police was it was a murder-suicide. Her sons couldn't live without her, and she couldn't live. So she had to kill them and then kill herself.
Where are the children?
Susan's playing the sympathy card.
If she really wanted to commit suicide, that bullet would have gone in her head, not in her stomach.
She wanted to look their fathers in the eye so she could say to them, I took the most important thing away from you. How does it feel?
Susan Eubanks' plea for sympathy falls on deaf ears. In September 1999, she's sentenced to death and is currently awaiting execution in Central California Women's Facility. The tragedy is Susan's insane quest for love leads her to killing those who loved her the most.
She executed those children and wiped away all their hopes and dreams just for the purpose of getting back at the men that she was angry with.
Susan Eubanks will be remembered as one of the coldest, most evil mothers that ever hit the face of the earth.
These deadly women broke the most sacred of bonds. Darlie Routier sacrificed her sons for attention. Frances Newton wanted money more than her family. And Susan Eubanks' war on men had innocent casualties. These women turned on their own flesh and blood. They were prepared to kill their own. Murder is a game to some people.
These crimes look very senseless to us, but to them, they made all the sense in the world.
A rage-filled teen leads a deadly initiation.
They needed a sacrificial lamb. This is a ritualistic type of operation.
A perverted wife turns sex into murder.
They enjoyed the suffering they caused other human beings.
And a local bully hosts a murder party.
Paul just fell unconscious and bleeding on the couch.
These deadly women live by their own rules, killing without motive, for the sake of twisted thrills.
I've earned my tier. You man enough?
Baby, you know I'm man enough.
Okay, well, prove it.
Power can do strange things.
On her neck was tattooed Queen.
So you're gonna go back out there and you're gonna whack someone.
I mean, clearly she was the leader.
Make people crave control.
She had a very good eye for manipulation.
And expect total obedience.
They were sending a message. Don't mess with us. We can get you. We can kill you.
In 1998, the military town of Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Hey, baby.
Troubled teenager Christina Walters has been living here with her grandparents for 5 years.
Christina, where have you been?
With friends.
Christina, you are too young to be running around with them people.
Those people the only family that I got.
Her mother had a lot of health issues. Her stepfather is out of the picture at that point.
But the move hasn't settled the young single mom.
I want you out of here.
Christina, I don't like the person you're becoming.
Oh, well, I don't like you much either. So I want you to get out because I want to spend some time with my son. Now go!
With her grandparents came a whole different set. They were very old school and didn't really understand.
And Christina has another family she'd rather belong to, where obedience and loyalty is mandatory.
Pleased to see you, Tamika. So how about we do some bonding tonight, eh? How you feel about that?
One of America's largest gangs, the Crips.
It's hard for people to understand why a child, a young person, would choose a gang family over their own family. But the gang family offers them something their own family doesn't.
You gotta earn your place.
Gangs are an addiction.
Christina proves to be an outstanding addition to her new family.
She was very good at organizing. She knew how to control people. She knew how to calm people down, which is very important, of course. She knew how to hype them up.
In a man's world, Christina Walters defies all the odds to rise up the ranks. By the age of 20, Christina becomes a gang leader.
It is very rare for a female or a woman to become any kind of leadership position because gangs are a male-dominated society. She was true gangster, if you want to call it that.
Now in control, Christina has to prove her power and dominance. She has to earn the ultimate gang symbol, a tattoo of death.
A tattoo is a teardrop that they have tattooed under one of their eye, which indicates that they have killed.
But before Christina can hunt, the gang's rituals must be carried out.
They had purchased ammunition and fingernail polish, blue fingernail polish. They then coated the tips of the bullets with blue. All Crips utilize the color blue as their symbol. So the color is a very important thing. It's the symbol of their nation.
When the bizarre ceremony is over, Christina and her new recruits are ready.
My man, your gun. Okay, let's go. What are you waiting for?
A gang initiation serves many purposes. It solidifies the position of the people in the gang. They're now bonded together. They're brothers and sisters in crime.
In August 1998, Christina will take her first blood. Anyone will do. It's midnight. The streets are almost empty. Then, they spot store manager Deborah Cheeseborough. They kidnap her, forcing her into the trunk of her own car. Trapped and terrified, Deborah awaits her fate.
We're gonna kill this bitch. We're gonna kill this bitch.
They needed a sacrificial lamb. This is a ritualistic type of operation. It's a bonding. And so, as they say, they could.
Psyched for a kill, Christina leads the gang to a desolate lake near Fort Bragg. Teenagers hungry for death surround Deborah.
The begging and pleading of the victims to not be shot, to please don't kill us, please let us live, only fueled Christina's fire to kill them.
Christine began shooting her, and the weapon jammed. At that point, Christine had the opportunity to stop, but instead, she basically cleared the weapon, recharged it, and continued shooting.
Christina shoots Deborah 8 times. She doesn't shed a tear. She earns one.
Let's get out of here!
They went back to Christina's house, and they were talking about, oh, how much fun it was that they had killed this woman.
Did you see the look on her face? Yeah, please don't hesitate. tell you, my baby got no fear.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
She was the anointed one. She solidified her position in the group as someone who could hurt you.
I've earned my tears.
Still high from the twisted thrill of killing, Christina is out for more blood, and she has deadly soldiers willing to obey her orders.
So you're gonna go back out there and you're gonna whack someone.
They know what Christina is capable of. If she can do that to a total stranger, what might she do to me?
On the night of August 16th, 1998, in Fayetteville, North Carolina, a vicious female gang leader makes her first kill, earning herself the Crips teardrop.
Oh, you man enough?
Baby, you know I'm man enough.
Okay, we'll prove it.
Now it's time for Christina Walters' recruits to follow suit.
You too, Paco. You man enough?
This is going to solidify them as a group because you think about it. If you have something as vile as a murder or a double murder and you do it as a group, it's going to be very powerful and very bonding.
They hunt around town and see two women driving home from a night shift.
Ah, that's a dead-end street. We got him.
Block him off, block him off.
When Tracy Lambert and Susan Moore turn, their car is cut off.
And the girls have gotten out of the car to see what's going on.
What the hell? Okay, let's go. We got him. Guys, you're blocking us in. What the hell? Move your head back.
And when they realized what was happening, they started begging, look, you can take my car, you can take my money, you can have whatever, just please don't hurt me. And of course, they were forced into the trunk at that point, at that location.
The women are taken on a 20-minute drive to the outskirts of town.
They took the females out of the trunk of the vehicle. The whole time they're begging for their lives, please don't shoot me, please don't kill me, please don't shoot me, please don't kill me.
Shut up! Sit back there! Get back there!
Shut up!
Shut up!
Stand there! On your knees, bitch! Sit there! On your knees, bitch!
Gang member Eric Queen shows no mercy. He also wants the gang's ultimate mark of respect, a tattoo of death, a teardrop.
These crimes look very senseless to us, looking on the outside in. But to them, to the gang members, to Christina, they made all the sense in the world. These crimes solidified the position of these gang members.
Then, under the watchful eye of his leader, Francisco Torrado raises a gun to Susan Moore. Another life, another tattoo.
If there were any gang initiates that night who thought perhaps we shouldn't do this, they couldn't have possibly spoken up. Had they decided to stop it, they would have been killed.
The next day, the gang heads to Myrtle Beach to lay low.
There was a hotel down there that a lot of gang members used.
3 women have been shot and dumped. But miraculously, one is alive.
They thought I was dead.
Christina's first victim, Deborah Cheeseborough, shot 8 times, survives.
I felt the blood oozing out my holes. I was on the ground. My right hand was up by my head. That was the last shot, and that shot went through the the lens of my glasses and out my thumb.
Deborah musters all her strength to crawl to the road.
I figured if I stop, even if I sleep, if I rest, that no one's gonna find me. I could not do that to my family. I could not put them through me dying.
Despite the secluded location, Deborah is rescued by a passerby.
In the back of my mind, I always, knew I wasn't gonna die.
She had a special angel watching over her that night for her to survive.
With Deborah's statement, police soon arrest 9 members of the gang. But it's clear one person is behind the cold-blooded murders.
I don't think it's an accident that the victims chosen that night by Christina were all women. Women either meant absolutely zero to Christina, or she chose women because she wanted these strangers to pay for the sins of a different woman.
In 1999, Christina Walters is convicted of first-degree murder.
I think the only person that might be safe from Christina would be the alpha male gang member. And if I were him, I wouldn't turn my back.
Gang members Francisco Tirado and Eric Queen are also found guilty of murder and are serving life sentences. Christina, the Queen of the Crips, receives the death penalty. She still awaits her execution. And Deborah Cheeseborough still waits for justice.
She had planned on being there for me to be executed. I would like to be at her execution. If not for me, for Susan and Tracy, she needs to be executed.
It's wise to be wary of a stranger's smile.
She didn't come out of mean and vicious and venom-dripping poison.
Kind gestures can be misleading.
She was in charge. She was calling the shots.
The most deadly can look so normal.
The case is one of the most disturbing I've ever looked at in 30 years. And I think the reason is the leader of the killers was a woman, and she was the worst.
1979, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Judith Ann Adams is a 15-year-old cheerleader when she meets Alvin Neely, almost 10 years her senior.
I'm Judith. I'm Alvin. I ain't seen you around here before. Well, we got more exciting things to do than hang around in the trailer park.
Despite the age difference, Judith Ann is soon the dominant one.
It's a free country.
She was very smart. She liked using her intellect to manipulate other people, to push them around.
To be honest with you, he seemed like a big lapdog. He wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer.
How about we don't find ourselves a little place? That's not very gentlemanly of you. Nice, pretty thing like you.
Just seemed to kind of worship Judith, really.
Hey, you just love holding one of these. What the hell are you talking about, girl? I feel dangerous when I hold a gun.
Soon after Judith enters 10th grade, they run off and get married. And for the next 2 years, indulge in a crime spree. They quickly graduate from purse snatching to firebombing to armed robbery.
She was looking for a bad boy, and their criminal life together was born.
They called each other Bonnie and Clyde and really thought of themselves as this extraordinarily adept outlaw couple.
But they're not, and are soon arrested during a robbery.
She was a strange girl. She really was.
Mike Raglan, a captain of the Rome, Georgia Police Department, remembers arresting a young Judith Ann.
She was very bitter. For a 16-year-old, several of us thought about that. She was really, really ice cold. It was kind of like venom or poison. You could look into her eyes and there were nothing there. It's like two caves.
In November 1980, Alvin and Judith are both convicted of armed robbery. Judith is still a minor and serves only 14 months in a youth detention center. There she gives birth to Alvin's twins. But motherhood doesn't soften her. On her release, she's determined to prove how tough she is.
She came out of there really, really, really mad at some folks.
Eventually, they found that stealing, robbing wasn't enough for them. They wanted to hurt people.
At a shopping mall in Rome on September 25th, 1982, 13-year-old Lisa Milliken is stranded. Her ride home hasn't arrived. She is in the wrong place at the wrong time.
When Judith Ann and Alvin picked up little Lisa, they knew her fate at that moment. The minute Lisa got in their car, her fate was sealed.
Dragged into a hotel room, now the couple's twisted thrills involve brutal rape. It's a turn-on for both of them.
There's nothing worse a human being can do to an innocent young person than rob them sexually, take their virginity, torture them, and that is exactly what Judith Ann and Alvin wanted to do. They were sadistic sociopaths to the core. They enjoyed the suffering they caused other human beings.
Lisa's ordeal lasts for 3 days, and it is about to get worse. Judith is planning an experiment.
She wanted to see what it was like for a human being to die slowly after having a poison injected into their veins.
I'm not a bad person. I don't understand why people think that I am.
For days, 13-year-old Lisa Milliken has endured unspeakable torture at the hands of Judith Ann Neely and her husband, Alvin. And Lisa's suffering is far from over.
And I tell you, you're gonna be gone to hell.
When it's decided that Lisa is to die, Judith takes her out to a desolate area on this little river canyon.
Judith's grisly experiment involves corrosive drain cleaner. She wants to see what it will do to a person.
When you inject something like this, it dissolves things. And so it's going to dissolve the blood vessels, the muscles, the fat, and the skin. The tissues begin to burn and feel very caustic and very hot.
Judith gives Lisa multiple injections.
I'm gonna give you something to help your life now.
The individual would have extreme pain from that point on.
The Drano is dissolving Lisa's flesh from the inside.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. There's nothing for a 13 or a 14-year-old girl to have to endure, or any other lady, or any other man or person for that matter.
But Judith gets impatient.
And then, you know, she's killed, slaughtered like some kind of an animal.
In nearby Rome, Georgia police start getting strange calls.
One of the dispatchers called me into the office. I want you to listen to this.
A young woman claims to know where missing Lisa can be found. At the bottom of Little River Canyon.
She keeps calling different people.
Hello, is that DeKalb County Sheriff's Office? Hello, is that WLJ?
After several messages and searches, the police make a grisly discovery. It's 13-year-old Lisa Milliken. The biggest question for police, who is the strange caller who leads them there?
Judith Ann wanted the community to know what a horrible thing had happened. I'm not saying she wanted to get caught, but she wanted the community to be shocked. She wanted to revel in her glory at what she had done.
Hello, is that the
But Judith's audacious calls will be her undoing because she says something revealing.
It's on the run from Harper's home.
When she called in and used the phrase "on run," that set off a few alarms in the police department in Georgia.
It is a key clue for police, as juvenile offenders tend to use the expression "on run" rather than "run away."
Because the feeling was that this was a phrase that would only be used by someone who had known or been in the custody of the youth authority.
They put together a list, and there's about 10 girls.
But as police are narrowing down their list of suspects, Judith and Alvin are moving on to their next victims. Just 5 days later, they befriend John Hancock and his wife, Janice Chapman, on the side of a road. They convince the unsuspecting couple to go on a country drive. They don't realize they've been kidnapped.
She takes a pistol, and she marches him up into the woods and shot him in the back.
She was getting rid of the alpha male so that she could have his partner, Janice, all to herself.
Being a mother of 3 doesn't stop Judith's depravity. In a cheap Nashville motel room, her new captive is held in front of her children. They will be the innocent witnesses to their parents' brutality.
Janice was then repeatedly raped by Alvin.
Judith's sadism escalates.
Judith Ann enjoyed telling her kidnap victims what she had done to other girls that she had kidnapped.
I put this in her back like this and I slip. It's like that. And she'd never fall over the edge. She ended up falling backwards and pushing myself.
She enjoyed scaring these young women.
And I took it right into her neck, right there.
It was as much fun for Judith Ann to instill panic and fear in these victims as it was to physically and sexually torture them.
Janice's horrific ordeal goes on for 24 hours. When Judith decides it is time for it to end, the only mercy is she makes it quick.
I see. Now you stop.
They did not find her body until it had deteriorated quite a lot.
This time, there are no bragging phone calls to police. The deadly couple move right on to their next victim.
You only knew how many people I'd killed with this gun. You would be begging me to die because the devil ain't got nothing on
But
me.
police don't need any more clues. They have an extraordinary breakthrough. John Hancock, shot and left to die 3 days earlier.
She thought he was dead. Now, he don't die. He crawls back down the dirt road.
Rescued by a passing motorist, John tells police that Janice is being held by a couple with young twins. It's the crucial clue. Police refer back to the list of juvenile offenders.
The only name on that list who had had twins was Judith Neely.
Police soon track Judith's vehicle to a hotel room. They are too late to save Janice Chapman. But incredibly, they find their latest victim alive.
We really don't know why Judith Ann became a sexual sadist who preferred females. We don't know if someone tortured her sexually when she was a little girl, or the opposite, which is that she was simply born this way, and this is a sexuality that she discovered that she liked.
Alvin Neely makes a full confession. He receives 2 life sentences. Judith Neely is sentenced to death.
To me, she's a sociopath. I think has no emotions and no remorse.
Had they not been stopped, they would have gone on and on and on.
In jail, Alvin shocks investigators by confessing there are more victims.
Alvin told us they killed other people, you know, and we had detectives coming to the Rome Police Department after this thing was from Alabama, Southern Alabama, Mississippi, South Georgia, and didn't know who they were and never could identify them.
In 2005, Alvin dies behind bars. His secrets go with him. Judith Neely is still very much alive. A governor's reprieve in 1999 sees her death sentence commuted to life.
I don't know how many she killed, unless she decides maybe someday to get a clear conscience about it. We're not gonna know, not gonna have an idea. I hope she will be watching this program and invite me over to let's clear up all these others. And that would be really something that I would like for her to do.
A lover losing interest can be hard to accept.
She was just over being harassed by an ex-boyfriend.
But overstaying your welcome can have fatal consequences.
This was a heartless crime with no passion involved at all.
1989, in the tiny country town of Meerbu North, Victoria, Australia. Paul Snabel and Karen Randall's relationship is running hot and cold.
I gotta go.
Karen, stay.
She kept taking him back and then dumping him again and taking him back and dumping him again.
This time it will be different, I promise.
You said that every time. It's the same thing always.
The conflict in the relationship was there from the outset.
Paul was a typical sort of country lad, a bit rough around the edges.
Single mother Karen is unsure about Paul because he is using amphetamines. Speed.
Use of amphetamines just has a terrible effect on one's normal personality. He was a nice bloke who reacted badly when he was on drugs.
Karen, you're making a really big deal out of nothing.
Yeah, well, I don't agree. I think it's actually quite serious. Why are you taking
When he is high, Paul loses control of his temper. He crosses the line, becoming a violent abuser.
Karen, I'm not doing anything.
He would push her around and abuse her and things like that.
There was certainly a history there of violence. We know for a fact that there had been intervention orders taken out by Karen against Paul.
Karen decides to make a clean break from Paul, and with her son, moves to another town.
He wasn't actually supposed to know where she lived.
But lovesick Paul can't let go. In an attempt to find Karen, he takes drastic action.
did follow her young son home from school one day, and he did turn up at the new place that she'd moved to.
And Paul leaves a message that Karen takes as a threat.
And left a card under the door with words on it, "You make me see red." So that upset Karen and also caused concern for her immediate friends.
I think that was what triggered her ridiculous overreaction to the situation, as she called it, the Paul situation.
He's ruining my life. I mean, he seriously frightens me. I just don't know what he's going to do next. He followed little Jimmy home from school the other day. Everywhere
Karen turns to her sister, Donna, and her girlfriends for advice.
In the view of other people who she was confiding in, amounted to a constant harassment that Paul was exposing her to.
This cake smells divine.
Gorgeous, beautiful.
Over tea and cake, the women discuss the problem.
They started talking about dealing with the Paul situation.
We should have his legs broken.
Which was a number of scenarios.
There was a suggestion at one stage there to tie him to a tree and kneecap him.
You'd inject him with battery acid.
And that's what I'm talking about. No, that's actually a really good idea.
They come up with a solution. Murder.
You can lace his needle with some battery acid.
Kill him. Have a heart attack.
Yeah, that's the final solution we're looking for.
One woman is particularly interested in putting their plan into action. Irene Maslin.
Some residents of the town described her as a real Charles Manson. They were frightened of her.
She struck fear into most people's minds who met her. She had an aura and a manner about her that was quite intimidating.
Irene Maslin was the epitome of an alpha female. She ruled the clan.
Irene knows how to deal with troublemakers. She is a local drug dealer. Her business thrives on intimidation.
She'd been seen to associate with what were described as heavy hitters in the drug trade.
What happens next will shock a small town to its core. At an isolated farmhouse in country Victoria, Australia, friends gather for a weekend visit. Among them, Paul Snabel, here to see his ex-girlfriend, Karen. But his reception is tense.
He was still thinking, what's going on here? Why am I here? Why did Karen ask me here and she's ignoring me?
Karen's not interested in rekindling the relationship. She wants it to end, once and for all, at the urging of her friend, Irene.
It was Irene that put murder on the table. She wanted to kill someone, and she wanted other people to do it with her.
After several hours, it's time for this dealer to strike. Paul is always ready for a hit of speed. And Irene has cooked up a special batch.
They give him an injection of a combination of battery acid and amphetamines in the view that that would cause a massive heart attack and he would die instantly.
Paul suspects nothing.
They expected him to simply drop dead very shortly thereafter, but he didn't.
The speed has an effect, but the poison doesn't.
Nothing happened. He went for a walk, he got on his motorbike, he rode around the paddocks, he did all sorts of things. He was still going, he was on speed.
I can't believe he's still riding around out there. What's going on?
I don't know. We're gonna have to do something to finish him off.
Irene is determined. Paul must die. Time for Plan B.
Nothing about hitting him over the head with a
Rick's gonna stop this guy.
Good idea. Gonna need the men to do this. Gonna ring Ian.
No. This is gonna get messy. Let's go.
Ian Gillen, who was a person who hadn't been party to the original discussion.
Mr. Paul.
Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
A simple young man. He was terrified of Irene. He'd seen Irene in rages.
We've got to do something about him.
Irene orders Ian to kill Paul, a man he barely knows.
Irene Maslin requested him to hit Paul Snowball over the head with a baseball bat.
Just crack him over the back of the head.
He approached Paul from behind, and being left-handed, he struck Paul from behind to the left side of his skull.
Paul just fell unconscious and bleeding.
And there was a lot of blood. Paul started moaning and groaning, and then hit him once or at least twice again.
Poor Ian Gillen, whose only involvement in it was out of fear. He honestly thought in that moment that if he didn't do what Irene told him to do, that she'd take the bat to him.
Crikey, he's still moving.
Incredibly, Paul is still alive.
He was still breathing. He was twitching.
Paul Snabel has been injected with battery acid and bludgeoned with a baseball bat, but he's hanging on to life. Irene Maslin has had enough. Time for Plan C.
Irene Maslin then got a plastic bag and put the plastic bag over Paul's head and secured it around his neck with a rubber band.
No one deserves to die like he did.
A number of them then sat and listened and watched as he gasped his last breath.
In the aftermath of the murder, Irene is still in charge. Paul's body is dumped in isolated bushland.
Took him off and threw him in the bush like a piece of rubbish.
To cover their tracks, the murderous gang destroys all the evidence, including Paul's motorbike.
One of the women stripped the bike, took it apart, and dispersed it around the countryside, threw it in, a bit in a dam here and a bit in a bin there.
Paul Snabel has been missing for 2 weeks.
An air search of the immediate vicinity was undertaken, quite an extensive search, in the expectation or the possibility that he may have had a crash on his motorcycle.
But it is a chance find at the local garbage dump that arouses police suspicions.
Someone found a piece of the motorbike. Then someone else found another piece of the motorbike.
Police suspect foul play.
He was very much attached to his motorcycle. People couldn't understand why he would, do anything like this to his motorcycle.
Investigators start retracing Paul's steps back to the party.
Then they just started talking to all the conspirators one by one, piecing it together, working backwards, and eventually one of them cracked.
It's Ian Gillen who cracks first, incriminating the others. He is convicted of manslaughter. So too are Karen Randall and her sister Donna. The mastermind, Irene Maslin, is convicted of murder.
Very hard, very callous, no signs of remorse whatsoever, no expressions of regret.
Australian law at the time means Irene only receives 15 years in jail. Today, she's a free woman.
She's now out. What she's doing now, I have no idea. Whether she's influencing anyone else in diabolical deeds or has pulled her head in as just, living the quiet life, I wouldn't know. 15 years does not seem like enough for the premeditated and bizarre murder that she dreamt up and carried out.
A deviant thirst for excitement drove these deadly women to commit brutal acts. Gang leader Christina Walters killed to make friends. Judith Neely was turned on by torture. And Irene Maslin orchestrated a murder party. For these deadly women, killing wasn't personal. It was just a twisted thrill. Marriage is supposed to be for life.
Some say a good marriage is made in heaven.
I'm leaving you.
These marriages were made somewhere else.
My husband has killed himself.
For better or worse.
I asked her, I said, what happened? She didn't comment. She just shrugged her shoulders like that.
For richer or poorer.
Margaret thought she was about to inherit 60% of that $12 million.
You knew what to do?
But when love turns to hate.
She was the mastermind behind all of this. She had planned for all this to take place.
Some women will do anything to get out of an inconvenient marriage. July 1992. On a multi-million-dollar farm in Knoxville, Tennessee, a wealthy family prepares for the worst. Ed Dosset, the respected local assistant district attorney, is terminally ill.
Ed Dosset was receiving treatment. He was dying of colon cancer.
His wife, Reella, a nurse, is caring for him. They've had 20 privileged and prosperous years together.
They had a huge farm that Ed had inherited from his family.
Thank God you're here today.
And he was certainly in an enviable position of power and influence.
She's going crazy fussing over me.
And as his wife, so was Reella.
She's drawing a line. One come near my head.
Well, there ain't much to cut now, is there?
Ed's death is a slow one.
It's better to leave it to an expert anyhow.
Oh, well, I
But
don't know about
Reella
that.
has support,
It's
including their neighbor, town barber David Leath.
A little off the top.
Easygoing, laid-back sort of person. He'd help anyone. That was the kind of person he was.
When Ed Dosset finally dies, Reella and David's relationship becomes more.
Hi, honey.
I'm here.
I got you these. So, what would you like to do tonight? Another carriage ride?
He was very romantic.
Horses in a jiffy.
Every Thursday, he gave her a red rose
Thursday.
because that's what he did on the first night they went out.
Thursday is my favorite day of the week.
Everyone is delighted with the union, including David's daughter, Cindy.
Everything was just great. I mean, they were both happy.
They marry and settle down for a life together on the farm. Until Reella gets a phone call.
I understand. Yes, of course, I want to know more. It's just that it's such a shock.
She found out her first husband, Ed Dosset, had actually had another son with another woman.
Thank you. Please stay in touch.
Ed had an affair with his secretary.
Ed, you bastard!
White with rage. Reella's revenge will be to shoot the messenger.
Hello?
I should kill you. And that woman!
That is the strangest response I've ever heard of when a woman found out that her husband had fathered another child.
The messenger is the husband of Ed's lover.
He's laying there helpless, and she comes up and said,
This time I won't miss.
She pulls the trigger.
I used to be a better shot.
And it clicks. Nothing left in the gun. The ammunition is spent.
Reella should be charged with attempted murder. But with friends in high places, she gets off lightly.
Here is where Rainella's influence and privilege in the community came to bear. She worked a deal.
She pled guilty to the charge of aggravated assault, and it was passed for a period of 6 or so years on good behavior.
So how's Tom?
David stands by his wife throughout the legal ordeal.
Oh, hey, that David.
But it changes Reella.
Offering big money.
She is now a suspicious and controlling woman.
Are you ready for yours?
Yeah, I'll have to stay.
She was keeping awful close tabs on him. She won't know, where's my boy? And I said, well, I don't know where he's at. She said, well, he left and he's out running around. I thought he might be over there.
Well, he'll have the fish. But you better make it steamed with steamed vegetable and no fries. I'll have the steak rare. Thank you.
Reella just totally discounted anything David wanted.
Well, I just love fish, honey. Thank you.
She wanted to be the one in control.
Sign here.
Reinella's control now extends to their money. She's brought millions into the marriage.
You want to make me happy, right?
She wanted to make sure she held on to all that property.
Well, sign here and make me the happiest woman in the county.
She insists David signs a new will. He is no longer entitled to a cent.
I don't think David really understood the ramifications of what he was doing when the will was written, because basically he disinherited his daughter.
When she wants something, she seems to know how to get it.
No one suspects this is only stage one of Reella's plans. Reella Dosset Leath has assets worth $18 million.
Hi, honey. Reella, why do you need these guns for?
Well, it's a foreign, isn't it? Not that you'd know.
She wants to protect them from David, her second husband.
Papa always said you've got to protect what's yours.
After finding out her first husband has an illegitimate child, she thinks all men are cheats. David's been forced to bear the brunt of Reella's fury. On the morning of March 13th, 2003, David can take no more.
Police? My husband has killed himself!
I couldn't believe it. I was just totally shocked. Because I knew that my dad, he couldn't commit suicide. I mean, he was too prideful.
When the police arrived on the scene, they initially thought that it was a suicide, but a few things started not to add up for that. Those being the fact that it was a 3-shot suicide.
Forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio knows that taking 3 shots to kill yourself is very unusual.
The first shot went into the headboard, missed him entirely. The second shot went in above the level of the left eye and then went downward and to the right so that it actually struck the brain stem. Once the brain stem is severed or damaged, all of the motor tracts would have been severed or damaged as well. This individual could not have made any meaningful movement. The third gunshot apparently just went into the mattress, went through that and the box spring into the floor underneath.
The third and final shot confirms that David's suicide is a virtual impossibility.
How does a man who's already dead from a severed spinal cord shoot a gun again?
Suspicions turn quickly to Reella. She's got a history of shooting at men. Also suspicious are the surgical sedatives found in David's bloodstream. Hours before he died, David was incapacitated. For police, it's the final piece of the jigsaw.
There was a combination of 3 drugs in his system: Demerol, Phenergan, and Doxepine. He was given it sometime the night before, and that morning he would still have been in a groggy state.
Should he have heard anything, he wouldn't have been able to take any meaningful action to take himself out of harm's way.
The third shot was fired for one reason only: to wrap David's hand around that gun so he would have gunshot residue on his hand.
Reella really screwed up.
Reella is charged with her husband's murder. But her callous crime gets prosecutors thinking. What really happened to her first husband, District Attorney General Ed Dosset? They re-examine Ed's autopsy results.
The toxicology report revealed he had massively high doses of morphine in his system when he died.
Reella was a nurse. She knew how to do that. She knew how much drugs he would need to die.
But only one murder conviction is needed to lock Reella away. She's found guilty of the first-degree murder of David Leath.
My dad, he was a good guy. He was happy-go-lucky. Everybody liked him. I never got to, say goodbye.
Reella Dosset Leath is serving a life sentence in the Woman's State Prison in Nashville.
Reella is a greedy sociopath who cares more for the almighty dollar than she did the life of her husband's. Is Reella dangerous? Absolutely.
Marriage is not always made in heaven.
She married several times, badly divorced each time.
When the bond between husband and wife is broken,
Margaret wanted revenge.
A wife scorned becomes a deadly woman.
It sure does make the hair stand up on the back of your neck.
Las Vegas, 1987. The high life is fading for one couple. Multi-millionaire real estate property developer Ron Rudin is on his second bottle and fifth wife.
It's not like I'm spending money willy-nilly. I have some really lovely pieces, and they're quite valuable.
Margaret Rudin is on her fifth husband, and things aren't going well.
Over the years that they were together, they had many quarrels and almost complete breakups.
You don't even take that chap seriously, Margaret. So why are we talking?
She had been warned by a previous wife of Ron's that he was a womanizer and a heavy drinker, and Margaret went ahead and married him anyway.
What is the point? You don't care about anything I do.
Ron's drinking, affairs, and obsession with guns is not what Margaret signed up for.
You don't care about me. All you care about is these stupid guns.
Ron and Margaret's marriage, the fifth for each of them, was headed nowhere fast.
Margaret wants it all to end, and quickly. But at the same time, she doesn't want to kill her golden goose. With every new woman comes a new level of resentment.
Yeah? You are beautiful.
Margaret found out that Ron was having an affair with a woman named Sue.
Oh, I would really love to take you to bed.
Margaret has a real rage going on inside, and that rage came out.
Most women at this point would have left and filed for divorce. Not Margaret.
Margaret knows from personal experience the financial pitfalls of divorce.
Why didn't Margaret divorce Ron and try to win some money? She had tried that 4 times before. Her previous husband was as rich as Ron was. And each time, she came out the loser.
Margaret Rudin does not want to lose again.
I love you, honey.
Is that right? Tell me again how much you love me. While the woman you were talking to on the phone just tells you she's a 9 in bed.
No, I can explain.
You are degrading me, my love, by lying about me.
Take it easy.
Margaret wanted revenge. Margaret was a very jealous person.
Shaking with fury, she misses.
What are you, crazy?
It was a very, very violent confrontation.
Next time, Margaret won't miss. 51-year-old Margaret Rudin is on her 5th marriage, and like all those before, it's not going well. Her husband, Ron, is a heavy drinker and is having extramarital affairs. Margaret has already tried to shoot him and failed. Now she's targeting the other woman, Sue.
Your wife said these two are cute.
What are you talking about?
She sent these anonymous, profane letters to Sue's family.
No, this is unbelievable. No.
Sue and Ron were alleged in this letter to having sexual affairs inside these empty homes that Ron Rudin owned or that were being refurbished.
Having sex on dirty carpets.
It was a really outrageous step.
She's gone too far this time. I'm gonna leave her.
It's a decision that Ron will regret. December 18th, 1994. Like many nights, Ron is in the marital bed alone.
The first time Margaret tried to kill her husband, he disarmed her. The second time, she'd learned her lesson. She waited till he went to sleep.
With a .22 caliber handgun, Margaret shot him 5 times in the head.
Margaret cared about one person and one person only, and that was Margaret Rudin.
But Margaret isn't finished with her husband. She's just beginning a bloody slaughter.
She decapitated him by herself. This is not something that we usually see a woman do. Margaret was special.
Margaret needs to make it appear her husband has left her. She disposes of his body in the Mojave Desert.
This crime of particular violence, it is really above and beyond your usual murder.
I think Margaret killed Ron for 2 reasons. One, he made her angry. And 2, he had lots of money.
Margaret believes she's about to inherit millions. But even in death, Ron's one step ahead.
Ron was suspicious of Margaret.
I'm telling you, Margaret.
Very worried that his life was in danger, and he even amended his will.
So I want to put down in my will that if I die of anything other than natural causes, then that death is to be taken as suspicious. Like
It ordered to use his money to find out who had committed the crime.
And the person responsible is to be cut right out of the will. There is no way they're going to get their hands on my money.
And so this document really changed everything.
Make up a draft of that and run it by me?
Certainly, Mr. Rubin. It isolated all of these potential beneficiaries from gaining any assets of Ron's until that investigation was completed.
For Margaret, so much effort for so little gain. She's locked out of the millions, and police are on a manhunt.
When a wealthy married man goes missing, the very first person the police should be looking at is the wife.
Two years later, 30 miles from Las Vegas in Lake Mead, a scuba diver makes a chance find. A gun.
When the gun was discovered and it was matched up as Ron's and the ballistics were accurate, we were like, where's Margaret? Let's go find her.
But Margaret gets the jump and is on the run. For the next 2 years, she moves from place to place. Until she slips up one more time.
The way they finally found her was through Christmas presents that Margaret had mailed to a post office drop.
Pizza.
And the return address was traced back to a town in Massachusetts.
Hi there.
Hey, thanks. Keep the change.
The police move in.
Who answers the door but a woman we've been looking for years, Margaret Rudin.
Police, open up.
Margaret just stared at us. She just stared at us and just had this cold look. She just had no emotion whatsoever.
"58-year-old Margaret Rudin is convicted of murder using a deadly weapon. She is sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in a Nevada jail.
At her age, that was tantamount to a death sentence. There are other remedies to a bad marriage than being shot in the head multiple times, chopped up and set on fire.
This was the least remorseful woman that we've ever encountered.
When a wife is unfaithful,
She wanted everything for herself.
I'm leaving.
relationships
I can't live like this anymore.
are destroyed.
She was the mastermind. She was the one telling them what to do.
And there are casualties, sometimes fatal.
She has no regard for human life.
(1997), Bridgeville, Delaware.
You're late.
I had to work back and then do the shopping.
A 20-year marriage hits rock bottom.
Well, you can't expect me to sit around here all day watching.
An endless struggle to make ends meet
You're hopeless, John.
takes its toll.
Linda Lou, you have got to stop hitting me.
There was a lot of arguments, a lot of conflict between Linda Lou Charbonneau and John Charbonneau. And I think it was over silly, petty things like that.
Linda Lou Charbonneau has had enough of life with husband John. His heart condition means he can't work.
Really, the only income for the household was the Social Security that John Charbonneau was receiving.
Linda Lou wants a better life and doesn't look far.
Hey, honey, look who's come to visit us. It's Billy.
Oh, hi there, Billy.
Hey, Linda.
Oh.
She turns her attention to her husband's nephew, Billy Sproats.
Sure.
My, your hair is grown. Really suits you like that.
Billy Sproats was in love with Linda Charbonneau.
You should come around more often.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Linda Lou shocks her family by moving in with Billy, who's 10 years younger.
What do you have time for?
But I don't think Linda Lou Charbonneau actually loved Billy Sproats. I think Linda Lou Charbonneau used Billy Sproats for her own gain.
But like his uncle, Billy doesn't have a job. And his lack of means soon turns his new wife against him.
This isn't working, Billy. The electricity is out again. I can't believe
But then she realized maybe that wasn't so much better after all.
I can't do this anymore.
They couldn't even pay the electric bill.
Money. At least when I was with John, there was regular money coming in. But here, nothing. No, no, it's over. I'm going back to John.
She was just very cold, and she wanted everything for herself.
Incredibly, her first husband takes her back with few questions.
I don't think Linda was particularly capable of love, but he did offer her something she needed. His money.
Linda Lou never wants to lose his Social Security again. She has a plan. She convinces her daughter Melissa and her boyfriend Willie Brown to help.
I think she was brainwashed by Linda Lou Charbonneau, her mother. Basically, she would do anything that she asked her to do. They were very close.
September 23rd, 2001.
What was that?
Someone's breaking into the house. Go and take
Melissa proves her loyalty to her mother.
Two things strike me as unusual about a mother eliciting her daughter's help to kill her husband. Number one, that mom felt okay in asking. And number two, that the daughter felt okay in helping.
Please help me.
This was not a normal family.
Terrified and barely conscious, John's ordeal is only beginning. September 23rd, 2001, Bridgeville, Delaware. Linda Lou has orchestrated the murder of her first husband, but is keeping her hands clean for now.
Please, don't do this. You're not gonna let him do this to me.
He was alive, and he was just actually begging for his life.
Melissa and her boyfriend, Willie Brown, finish off her stepfather.
Melissa was sitting in the car listening to country music.
With a regular money flow coming in, Linda Lou runs back to husband Billy.
Hold on, Red. Oh, Billy, can you take that box out for us?
Why this box got blood all over it?
During the move. That's how the
But
blood
with
got
his
on it.
uncle missing, Billy is suspicious.
He discovered a box that had a significant amount of blood on it, and he kept asking questions about it.
Cut her leg. When?
Keep your mouth shut about the box.
Billy decides to share his suspicions with the police.
I'm concerned about my uncle, John Charbonneau.
John Charbonneau?
As I haven't been able to reach him for at least 2 weeks.
Why are you so worried for?
Well,
In the back of his mind, I think he was suspicious that his Uncle John had met with foul play.
I'm concerned something may have happened to him.
Okay,
That was the time that Linda Charbonneau decided something needed to be done about Billy because he was asking too many questions. And she thought, he was getting too close.
He knows too much. He's getting too
Linda
close.
didn't have much of an education. What she did know was people
I'll phone him. I'll ask him to meet me at his house.
and how to manipulate them.
Let me know what to do.
She was a scholar at that.
October 17th, 2001. Linda Lou strikes again.
She was the mastermind. She was the one telling them what to do.
Hey, Linda, you here?
She put him in a trap, essentially.
He was beaten with a wooden handle that had D batteries taped to the outside of it. There was a lot of blunt force trauma to the head and stab wounds also.
He's still alive.
Linda is a cold, heartless person. She has no regard for human life.
Billy Sprouts was not dead at the time that he was buried. He was actually buried alive.
Linda Lou thinks she's solved both her problems.
Don't worry, you won't be able to get out from under there.
But she hasn't counted on the police. They now have 2 missing persons, and the common link is Linda Lou. It's not long before they flush out the truth.
The daughter ratted out her mom.
Willie Brown also admits his involvement and leads police to the grave of John Charbonneau.
Willie Brown, during his interview, basically said that he killed John Charbonneau at the request of Linda Lou.
Boyfriend Willie Brown gets 2 life sentences with no chance of parole. Linda Lou's daughter, Melissa, is also found guilty and sentenced to 25 years.
Melissa explained that she had a role in it as well, but it was her mom who was telling them what to do, how to carry it out. She's the one who lured her husbands to their death.
In May 2007, Linda Lou pleads guilty to second-degree murder. She is sentenced to a maximum of 20 years in the Women's Correctional Institute, Delaware.
How lacking can a woman's life be that killing 2 people just to secure about $1,000 a month Social Security check was worth the murders?
Linda Lou Charbonneau is eligible for parole in 2017.
Linda Charbonneau may be out of prison in a few years. She could be your neighbor. She could be your babysitter. She could be your girlfriend. Just make sure she doesn't become your wife.
These deadly women made a mockery of "Till death do us part." Reella Dosset Leath killed her gentle partner to protect her millions. Margaret Rudin dismembered her rich husband rather than face another divorce. And Linda Lou Charbonneau made murder a family affair for a few $100s a month. For these deadly women, money was their first love. Murder was their escape from an inconvenient marriage.
still saying Sarah?
Breaking up is hard to do. For some, it's impossible.
Some women find it easier to kill than to say goodbye.
Envy turns a teenage love triangle into a deadly fight.
These two girls were on a collision course.
A grandmother's love becomes a fatal bond.
When you think of a grandmother, you don't think of someone who's capable of doing such an act.
And a mother's jealousy is out of control.
She acted like a jilted wife.
For these deadly women, those closest to them become deadly possessions. When two teen girls want the same boy.
They both loved him, and they both felt that he was theirs, and theirs alone.
A battle ensues for the prize.
Friends said it happened in less than 30 seconds.
But in this competition,
Rage takes over, pure rage.
There are no winners.
This was an extreme situation of raging hormones and dramatic teenagers.
In 2008, in Pinellas Park, Florida, 19-year-old Rachel Wade discovers something about her boyfriend. He is cheating on her.
Who is that? Sarah?
Look at the smile on her face. It's like she owns him.
They each were posting pictures of Josh. Here's me and Josh at the beach, and here's me and Josh. Wait a minute, why is he with you? He's supposed to be with me.
Rachel's rival is 18-year-old Sarah Luderman.
Okay, all right. Josh, you...
With social networking as popular as it is today, both of the girls find out about each other. Boom, a rivalry starts immediately between the two of them.
Rachel starts leaving a string of abusive messages.
Sarah, this is Rachel. I'm Josh's girlfriend. I swear to you, seriously, if I see any more photos of you and Josh... Yeah, Sarah, it's me again, Rachel. All I've got to say is you better watch your back.
Other than sleeping with each other's boyfriends, they hadn't done anything to each other.
Reporter Lane DeGregory says the rivalry soon spins out of control thanks to modern technology.
It's one thing to say something mean to someone face to face, but when it's recorded on your cell phone and you can listen to it again and again. When it's posted, it's not between the two of them anymore, it's between the two of them and their 500 friends.
19-year-old Josh is a typical teenager. He doesn't seem to realize the turmoil he is creating.
Is that good for you?
He and Rachel were kind of on and again, off again, have sex buddies and hang out late at night buddies. And Rachel had her own place, which nobody else at that age did, so he was able to go over there and party and sleep over.
Sarah is totally head over heels. Josh is her first boyfriend.
This was really her first real intimate, close, personal relationship with a boy. She sat back, she took her time to decide on the right boy. And boy, could she not have picked a worse candidate.
Josh has the best of both worlds.
He's an 18-year-old boy, definitely a smooth kind of guy. Joshua at various times did express strong feelings towards both of the women as well.
He's young, he's attractive. He can get the girls, so he does.
Why are you still saying Sarah?
We're just messing around, you know?
I don't even know what you see in her. I mean, she's ugly. Why don't you just dump her?
Joshua, he was always hesitant to describe either girl as girlfriend. I believe he used the phrase friends with benefits.
I love you.
What's bizarre about this, and what's hard to really wrap our minds around, is that they don't get mad at Josh. Two girls who didn't know each other until this one boy came into their lives, and they turned not on him, but on each other.
The trouble has only just begun as the online fight spills into the real world at Rachel's workplace.
Sarah and her friends started coming up to where Rachel worked and sort of making fun of her and harassing her while she was working.
But when neither teenager gives up the fight,
Are you kidding me? You got it all over my shoe. Oh, because
It becomes more about taking out a rivalry. It becomes more about, you can't have what's mine. I want it all for myself.
What? I'm gonna hold you with waitress.
they both lose control.
It was coming to this point where there was no return.
For one of them, it is a deadly mistake.
Rachel let two things in her life get out of control. Her so-called love for a boy and her anger at someone that she thought was a threat.
In Pinellas Park, Florida, a social network of teenage passion is at breaking point. 19-year-old Rachel Wade and 18-year-old Sarah Luderman hate each other.
You are a psycho. You need to be.
There's banter going back and forth online. There's text messages. These two girls were on a collision course, really, for disaster.
They both date 19-year-old Joshua, and they don't want to share him.
Both the relationships were intense from the perspective of the girls. They both loved him, and they both felt that he was theirs, and theirs alone.
After a year of trading insults, things haven't improved.
God, to be kidding me. My man, Josh?
The gist of the messages was, I'm better than you, stay away from Joshua. Don't mess with me, or I'm gonna pay you back.
Sarah, please tell me why I'm seeing new photos of you with my man. He stayed with me last night and we had sex. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I swear I am gonna kill you. I will murder you.
This online bullying, it allows for people to hide behind a phone or a computer keyboard and really say things that they wouldn't otherwise say in person.
But it has been said, and Rachel is on edge.
Hey. Yeah, it's me.
It feels like anything can happen.
Yeah, that's so good.
She called up this old boyfriend named Javier and said, hey, I'm worried, something's gonna go down. Can I come over and hang out with you? He was like, sure, come on over.
April 14th, 2009. Rachel parks outside Josh's place and texts him.
She just sits there, stalking, really. Rachel is texting Josh, and he's texting back. And he's saying things of the nature like, get away. He's just saying things off the cuff just to enrage Rachel, really.
The message is one she cannot accept. A brush-off.
Well, this sends her house of cards really crumbling down, and rage takes over. Pure rage.
The third member of this love triangle is out with friends.
Oh my God, it's Rachel.
Put it on speakerphone.
Okay. Hello?
Sarah?
Yeah?
Yeah, so, you're with my boyfriend tonight?
Oh my God, he's my boyfriend. You need to get your own boyfriend.
Rachel's seeking comfort from a friend.
Excuse me? You knew that he was with me when you first met him.
She was clearly enraged. She clearly wanted to prove something to Sarah Luderman.
I am gonna kill you, you and your
What? You're a psycho. You need to be in a hospital.
Why is she saying that?
I don't know. I can't believe her.
They might have stayed empty threats if Sarah didn't go looking for Rachel.
Oh my God, there she is. All right, I'll pull them over. Pull over. Can we pull over?
What happened, Sarah? Her eyes bulge. I mean, this is it. It's come to this. Something has to happen now.
Somebody should have taken their heads and banged them together and say, now go in that room and talk to each other, and they'll come out in half an hour and they're, oh, you're my best friend, I love you. I mean, this never should have gotten this far. The girls had finally pushed the conflict as far as it could go.
I'm gonna kill you!
But Sarah way underestimated her opponent.
The witnesses who were observing the fight saw Rachel Wade make 2 punching motions and then disengage from the fight.
She's being stabbed!
2 stabs with a knife, 1 perfectly placed in Sarah Ludeman's heart.
Call 911!
It's clear she intended to teach Sarah a lesson.
Sarah! What are we doing? Sarah!
To tell her, I'm not someone to be messed with. It's clear in her voicemails that Rachel Wade considered her someone who gets what she wants.
The teenage rivalry is over in 5 seconds.
Oh my God.
It happened so quickly. Before the police and ambulance could even arrive, she was pretty much bled out in the street. Happened very, 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 very fast.
2 teenage girls, unless they're wrestling on the edge of a cliff, are probably not going to kill each other. Weapons in the hands of an angry person kill.
Rachel claims she has the knife for self-defense and never intended to use it.
One of the most senseless tragedies I've ever really looked at. I don't believe that Rachel Wade woke up that morning with the intent to kill anyone. But boy, when the time came, she certainly did a good job of it.
Found guilty of second-degree murder, Rachel Wade is jailed for 27 years. Her case becomes a cautionary tale for the digital age.
I think monitoring your children's emails is exceedingly important. It almost seems as though if somebody was able to step in, see what was going on and being posted back and forth, hear these voicemails and step in, perhaps some of this could have been averted.
I don't think Rachel was born to kill, but she did let it happen. I hope being incarcerated taught Rachel a lesson, that we don't act out our fantasies, that we don't act out our rages against other people. I hope that happens.
Rachel Wade gets day releases to lecture teens about the dangers of online bullying.
This says a fox.
Love is a powerful force, but love alone can't keep children safe.
When you think of a grandmother, you don't think of someone who's capable of doing such an act.
When this grandma says she'll take care of the kids, she means permanently.
This was a crime motivated by pure selfishness.
In 1993, in Hayward, California. Carolyn Young is as devoted to caring for 6-year-old Darren and 4-year-old Daisha as any mother.
Okay, you can eat up.
But they are not her children.
They were her daughter's children.
Meatballs?
And her daughter did not care for the children, so Grandma had to step in and take care of them.
25-year-old Vanessa Torres has never looked after her own children.
The children's mother had problems with drugs and prostitution. Carolyn Young had custody of both children because their mother was deemed unfit as a parent. So she had custody of these children since they were infants.
Oh, that was great.
Until now, the youngsters' two different fathers have nothing to do with them. And that's the way Grandma Carolyn likes it.
Darren and Daisha had two different fathers. Darren's parents never married and had separated when Darren was very young, so Darren didn't see his father for most of his life.
The mother and the grandmother, they didn't want him in the picture.
But in 1993, that suddenly changes.
I got a question. How can I owe $12,000 in child support payments?
The boy's father, Bruce Barrington, has been looking for Darren since he was a toddler.
Carolyn Young applied for child support. The Family Support Division found out the whereabouts of this young Marine Corps sergeant. He said, well, thank God, I've been looking for my son, and I want to be reunited with him.
I will go to court if I have to get the child back.
And so he took legal steps to get custody.
Carolyn has made a mistake by asking for child support. She has now revealed her grandson's whereabouts.
She just did not want to see Darren return to his father's custody. Carolyn did not want these two kids separated, the kids she had taken care of since they were infants.
They can't do that.
She makes outlandish threats.
I will kill these children before I let them go with Bruce. I will kill them.
She even talked about killing the children rather than losing custody.
They can come with me.
But nobody believed that she would do it.
For some people, their attachment to another person is unhealthy because it consumes them. They lose their sense of self. And the prospect of losing that person causes tremendous pain and disruption.
Bruce is determined to get his son back. He goes to court and wins custody.
I'm his mother. I've always been his mother. I have looked after him. He can't be separated from his sister. You can't have him.
I appreciate everything you've done for Darren.
He went through the proper channels, and his family situation was deemed appropriate for taking custody of the child. He was married. His wife had had a baby, as a matter of fact.
The law has spoken. The court has spoken. He's my son.
I think the stress of losing Darren
I will not let you separate the children.
was caused by something deep-seated in Carolyn that she had not dealt with, possibly a desertion by someone in her past when she was a little girl.
After years of daily devotion, she is shattered at the idea of losing her grandson. Darren belongs to her.
For some women, a person that they love is not so much a person as a possession, and they can't live without it.
Can you join him up with Sam?
Now what started as an idle threat seems like her only option.
Some women find it easier to kill than to say goodbye.
June 19th, 1993. Bruce Barrington has won custody of his 6-year-old son, Darren.
Wait, finally coming home. See you soon.
And is excited to be picking him up. Across town, his son and his sister from another father are asleep. But Carolyn Young has no intention of handing over her grandson.
Bruce, I tried to tell you that the children should not be separated, that Daisha and Darren were happy together and they needed each other. but you were too bullheaded to listen.
Carolyn did not want to relinquish custody of Darren back to his father, who was coming to pick him up that same day.
Carolyn's anger and retribution was like a smoldering furnace inside her. She couldn't put out the fire.
She probably was operating under the misguided notion that if I can't have these children, no one can. And she did the most despicable thing imaginable. There's nothing more despicable than the brutal murder of innocent children, and this one was really a horrendous crime. Unbelievable in its depravity.
Carolyn slits Darren's throat.
This was a crime motivated by pure selfishness.
When you think of a grandmother, you don't think of someone who's capable of doing such an act. I just don't understand how you can slaughter someone that you love.
Carolyn had a cigarette. She had time to stop and think about what she was doing, to pause and perhaps put down the knife and call for help. But she didn't.
Vanessa Torres, the boy's mother, woke up and found her son Darren in bed with his throat slit. It was certainly a chaotic scene. Vanessa reported that she saw her mom's kimono covered in blood. In complete horror, she asked her mother, "Mama, why did you do this? Why did you kill my child?"
They need to stay together.
It is about to get worse.
Grabs the baby girl, Daisha, slits her throat, and stabs her in the chest as well.
The boy's mother manages to call 911.
Killing someone with a knife is a very personal thing. It's one thing to stand off and shoot somebody, but to hold someone against your own body and stab someone repeatedly.
She could have silently smothered them while they were sleeping. She didn't. She could have shot them and they would have been killed instantly. She didn't do that either. She used a knife to end their life.
And so she had to hold these children against her until they succumbed.
But Carolyn isn't finished.
This is a horrible crime. Carolyn may have been disturbed at the time, but she was definitely not legally insane. She knew what she was doing was wrong.
Darren was 6 years old. Daisha was 4, and she slaughtered them like lambs. Every officer that touched that crime scene was impacted.
It wasn't enough for Caroline to simply murder Barrington's little boy. She wanted to taunt him from her grave.
I'm here to pick my son.
I have some very bad news for you. Your son's been murdered.
I'm sorry, I got custody of him this morning.
I'm sorry.
That told me everything I needed to know about Carolyn Young. That she was blinded by selfishness, vindictive,
At the crime scene, Detective Bill Cooper discovers Carolyn's suicide note.
She actually wrote this letter as if she was already dead. She said, "I am a very angry spirit right now, and I'm going to come back to get even with those who have hurt me and mine. Every baby your wife has, I will come back and get it."
Carolyn's suicide attempt fails. In 1995, Carolyn Young is convicted of 2 counts of murder and sentenced to death.
The reason that Carolyn Young killed those children was she didn't want to see them separated. I know that doesn't make any sense, but that's the way she kept them together.
Carolyn doesn't die by human hands, but natural causes. After 10 years in jail, her death comes from kidney failure.
It's always difficult to understand why children were murdered, but Carolyn's case is the most selfish, egregious murder of children I've ever studied.
In my career, there are a few cases that I wish I could forget about, but can't, and this is one of them.
When a mother loves her son so much,
I would categorize her as the quintessential mother-in-law from hell.
That she can't share him.
She loved him like no other man in her life.
Jealousy takes control.
Elizabeth Duncan is one of the most complex, unusual, and disturbing deadly women I've ever studied.
(1958), Ojai, California. Elizabeth Duncan is a woman who doesn't like being alone. Luckily, her 29-year-old son, Frank, is very understanding.
Frank!
What is it, Mom?
I'm uneasy in this storm. Lightning, thunder. Come give me some comfort. Come on.
They were constantly together.
Elizabeth Duncan had an unnatural affection and attachment to her son.
After an astonishing 20 marriages in as many years, the only man she can hold is her son.
One of Elizabeth's problems is she had a bit of an attachment disorder. She had to have a man, which probably explains her 20-some marriages in less than 20 years.
She's a serial bigamist who leaves behind a complicated mess of marriage certificates. Her son, Frank, an attorney, is left to clean up her legal mess. But he's had enough and wants his mother to move out of his apartment.
I want you out.
Don't speak to me like that.
I'm done with all of this.
Don't speak
I'm
to
done
me
with
like
it.
that.
No, I want you out. I want you out.
You'll be very sorry. Now, please, Frank. Don't do this. Don't do this.
In a big display, she went off to her room under the pretenses of packing. And put on her best negligee. She laid out her insurance papers. She laid out her good jewelry. And then proceeded to put herself in bed and tried to kill herself.
I don't hear you packing, Ma.
I'm serious. Ma? Ma?
By the time he went into the room to determine if she was packing or not, he found her, she was near death.
Ma! Ma!
Elizabeth Ma Duncan is a psychotherapist's dream. She was a Disneyland of mental problems.
Saved from death, Ma spends the next few weeks in the hospital. She's assigned a nurse, Olga Kupchik.
Hey, Frank. Hi.
Hi. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
There was mutual interaction between Frank and Olga right away.
Frank is careful not to make his mother jealous.
Oh, we can't let Ma see us together.
Why?
Look, I haven't really dated much because every time I bring a girl home, Ma goes a little crazy. She's just really possessive.
They had to keep it pretty much under wraps because Elizabeth Duncan was insanely jealous of Olga. But she would have been insanely jealous of any woman, I believe.
The couple start a secret romance.
They did things that a typical couple would do. They went to lunch, they went to dinners, walked down State Street, took long walks on Stearns Wharf, which is the pier in Santa Barbara. It was getting very serious between the two.
Hi, Mom.
He rarely dated because anytime he brought a girl home to meet his mom, she flew into a fit of rage.
Elizabeth Duncan seems to have thought of her son as most women would think of a man they're in love with. She acted like a jealous girlfriend when he dated.
But their secret will soon be revealed because their relationship becomes intimate.
Olga wound up pregnant. And this, of course, being the 1950s, they did the right thing, and so they decided it was time to get married.
But it's a secret ceremony, and Ma isn't invited.
Olga.
Ma grew very suspicious and decided to place a phone call to the hospital where Olga worked.
What do you mean she just got married yesterday?
You could almost hear the click at the other end of the line with Duncan just hanging up.
She acted like a jilted wife. She completely fell apart.
I had to do the right thing.
The right thing? Well, that was the wrong thing.
I'm moving in with her.
No!
This set a lot of things, a lot of very, very, very bad things in motion.
It didn't matter to Elizabeth that her son loved Olga. It didn't matter to Elizabeth that Olga was pregnant 7 months along with her first grandchild. She was jealous of Olga. It was a malignant, burning, seething, green-eyed monster. And she couldn't control it.
It's 1958 in Ojai, California. Elizabeth Ma Duncan is distraught. The only man she can count on, her son, has left her for his pregnant new wife.
It's hard to say how an unnatural attachment starts, but we know that they do. And once started, they're hard to break.
Would you be the Duncans?
Yes, we are.
Like a jilted lover, she plans to get Frank back.
She came up with another crazy plot, and that was just to go ahead and annul the marriage herself. Now, it's very difficult to annul somebody else's marriage, unless perhaps you're Ma Duncan.
A seasoned con woman, Ma poses as his son's wife, Olga,
Okay, I believe you.
and hires a man to pose as Frank.
And you are Olga Duncan, 25 years of age, is that right?
Yes, I am.
The idea that a middle-aged woman in her 50s could pass before a court as a woman in her 20s is laughable. And yet, Elizabeth thought nothing of doing it.
Incredibly, it works.
Thank you very much. Good day.
She did it because it made her feel good, thinking that she was breaking up, erasing, if you will, Frank's marriage to Olga.
Olga is devastated, and she's getting threatening calls from Ma.
What's wrong? All the harassing calls to the hospital, it could cost me my job, Frank.
It's a terrible thing to have to choose between a wife and a mother.
But all Frank can do is try and appease both women.
So what he suggests to his wife, who's pregnant with his child, is that, honey, I think that in order to keep Ma placated and maybe she'll stop calling us and harassing us, I think it's best that I go ahead and move back in with Ma.
Little do Frank and Olga know, this is their last goodbye.
He no longer lives with his wife, Olga. She's alone in her apartment, continuing to work and pregnant.
But Ma Duncan wants a permanent solution and recruits 2 thugs to help her.
Ma Duncan gives violent criminals a bad name.
Elizabeth Duncan was the mother-in-law from hell.
November 17th, 1958. Olga is living alone. She is an easy target.
She opens the door to a man that she has never seen. He tells her that he's a friend of Frank's. Frank's down in the back of his car, and he's quite drunk. Olga can't see. She's not really sure. She just sees somebody huddled on the back seat. She leans in because she thinks it's her husband.
Get in the car! Get in. You be quiet, okay? Quiet, okay?
The plan was to borrow a car, get a pistol, and to take Olga, kill her, and drive her to Mexico and dump the body. Lewis finally pulls over off the 101 freeway. They pull her out of the car. Lewis hits her with the gun so hard in the head that he breaks the gun.
That's it, good job.
The thugs are amateurs. They've forgotten a shovel.
All right, where's the shovel? What shovel? The shovel, dig the hole. I told you to bring a shovel.
You said you bring shovel. You're an idiot, okay? Now we have to dig.
Stupid, you're an idiot.
You don't even know what you're doing.
One job, one shovel.
Their victim isn't even dead.
One of them continues to strangle Olga, while the other one tries to dig a shallow grave. Well, it must be very tiring to kill somebody because they trade places every once in a while. So they just take turns.
Olga and her unborn child suffer one last time.
Olga's last moments were just terror-filled because of how these 2 guys murdered her.
She is buried alive.
Based on the autopsy results, it appears that they found traces of dirt in her throat.
Continuing their incompetence, Ma's henchmen are soon caught for other crimes. In jail, one of the men makes a stunning confession to a visiting pastor.
The pastor actually got him on his soft side. Isn't there something that you want to tell me? You can tell me. And so what happened was he actually confessed.
His accomplice follows his lead, and they give up Ma Duncan as the mastermind.
The Ma Duncan trial was coined the trial of the century back in 1959. It garnered headlines worldwide. People lined up in front of the courthouse as early as 3 in the morning to try to get a glimpse of the murderous Ma Duncan.
At Ma Duncan's trial, the prosecution calls dozens of witnesses, but her defense team only calls 2.
Those witnesses would have been Frank Duncan and his mother, Ma Duncan.
Ma Duncan and her accomplices are found guilty of murder. All 3 are sentenced to death.
Never admitted that she did it. Never denied it till the day that she died.
She used people, abused people, and drama was a major part of her life. She was insanely, irrationally jealous of her son and the woman her son loved. I think there was more than one thing wrong with her.
Ma Duncan has to face her greatest fear, being alone. On August 8th, 1962, she is executed. Her son doesn't attend.
Ma Duncan's last words were professing her innocence, and where's Frank?
These deadly women chose to kill instead of letting go. Unbridled anger let Rachel Wade take another life. Carolyn Young's fear of separation made her murder her only family. And Elizabeth Ma Duncan's jealousy caused her to kill her son's wife and baby. These women felt they owned their loved ones, and they had to murder to keep their deadly possessions.